Welcome, everyone. Hope you're having a good afternoon. One moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry, Tristan was giving me an update. Beta Sudoku pad is down, so we got to. So we're on regular Sudoku pad today, not beta Sudoku pad. So we got to do that. So today is very exciting for me because today is Renban tutorial day. So we're going to be talking about Renban and all of these good things that you can do with Renban. Renban is, without a doubt, my favorite of the vanilla constraints in Sudoku. So I will be relish talking about it. So we're going to do some escalating difficulty puzzles with Renban. I have a number of them laid out. We are eventually going to get to Renban Dance by Qodec. So this is the puzzle that I think is probably, roughly speaking, single-handedly responsible for Renban being the big deal that it is. So I'm going to try and talk you through all of the various logic that goes on in Renban puzzles, and hopefully win you over to the idea that Renban are great. I wanted to start by saying thank you to all of you who support the channel in whatever way you choose to do so. You support us by coming here, by liking the stream if you're hanging out and you're enjoying it, by subscribing if you haven't done that yet. And if you like, many people support us either by becoming a YouTube member, so you can see many green names in chat, including the most recently upgraded Neverio. Welcome, Neverio, to your fancy windmill level. The supporters get their fancy green name, they get a little windmill, and they get access to some sweet Zach emotes, which Zach very much likes to see when he is dancing. So all of those are available, and they also get to vote on what puzzles I do. So that is an exciting bonus, I like to think. Yes, Neverio wanted to vote on things, so Neverio is now upgraded to be able to vote on things. Alrighty. Oh, thank you, David. David has donated I can talk today, I swear. David has donated $6 since there's 6 letters in Renban. Thank you. Alrighty. I don't think there's any reason for me to try and switch this back over to beta Sudoku pad. I think that would take an enormous amount of time and effort, and I don't imagine that I'm going to miss out on anything by just doing this in regular Sudoku pad today. All right. So if you'd like to support us, you can do it on YouTube, which will get you all the emotes as well as at the appropriate level, the ability to vote and all that kind of stuff. If you would like to do it on Patreon, that's also an option. Patreon.com/zetamath is an option. But with all that said, let us jump in to talking about Renban. I should mention, by the way, as I start... All right, so I should start, because this will be posted as a separate video. So I should say something like, welcome to our talking about Renban. So we're going to talk about all of the various strategies that will help you get through Renban puzzles, talk about some of the particular techniques, and we'll do a number of example puzzles, which will all be linked in the description. I have previous tutorials on several other mechanics, so the one I recommend you start with is the one on Sudoku notation. So that one I think is especially valuable if you're getting started, but I've also done one about killer cages, one about arrows, and one about Kropki. So feel free to view those as well. All right, so let's start with what is a Renban. So first of all, Renban show up in a variety of colors. They're usually some kind of purple, although we'll see sometimes today they won't be. But a Renban is a line that contains a string of consecutive digits. But the important phrase that is associated with Renban is in any order. So I could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for example. Those would be consecutive. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those could be in any order. And so I could go to 1, 5, 4, 3, or something like that. All of that is fair game. So when you think about Renban, I think mentally you should have in mind an image that goes something like this. This is just a string of the digits from 1 through 9. You should picture them as sort of a string of beads. And everything you can, all the Renban logic pieces have to do with interpreting that. So if you ask people what the quote-unquote the standard Renban deduction is, the standard Renban deduction is that any time you have a length 5 or higher Renban, that Renban has to have a 5 on it. Okay, so this Renban, for example, it has to have a 5 on it because it's 5 long. And why is that? Well, the visual I have in my head is, well, imagine it didn't have a 5 on it. Well, then that 5 beat in the middle would be missing, and I would have to make a length 5 string of consecutive digits from either 1, 2, 3, 4 or 6, 7, 8, 9. And neither of those is possible. And so every length 5 Renban or more has a 5. And it actually gets better if you get a longer Renban. If you have a 6 length Renban, then it needs to have a 4 and a 6 on it as well. Okay. Now, in this particular case, we can actually do even better, because actually, if you look at it, every digit on this Renban, or every cell on this Renban, they all actually see the digit 4. And so I already know that this Renban has no 4s on it. And that also tells me, because it's length 5, it can't have 1s, 2s, or 3s on it. Because I would need to go through 4. Okay. And so this is implied by what I've said so far, but I really want to emphasize, one of the key features of Renban is they cannot have repeated digits on them ever. So this needs to have 5 distinct digits on it. And we actually know, because there's no 4 on it, we know what those digits are. Namely, those digits, in fact, have to be exactly 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple. And so you can do lots of things with that. So, for example, this cell sees the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple. It sees all 5 of these. And so this digit can't be a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, and it can't be a 4 either. So this digit's a 1, 2, 3. So that is the kind of deduction that you can start out by making. There's a symmetrical thing. Actually, sorry, let me stick here for a second. One of these digits is a 7. Which of them is it? Well, it's not the ones that are in a column with a 7, and it's not the one that's in the box with the 7 either. So in fact, actually, this digit is automatically the 7. And so I'll also note this can't be a 6. Now, normally a 3-cell Renban with a 6, we wouldn't know what it was going to be. But in this case, actually, because there's a 7 in the box, this is a string of consecutive digits that include a 6 but don't include a 7. So that actually means that these digits have to be 4, 5. They have no choice. And indeed, that 4, 5 is resolved, because this 4 looks down and sees that that's actually a 5 and a 4, which will then tell us that that's not a 5. And so you can see how these things sort of start to piece together. Okay, so let us continue piecing things together. So I know one of these is a 5, and I know one of them is a 6 as well. I don't know that I really want to mark that yet. Let's instead come over here and do the symmetrical thing to what we started with. So this Renban, actually, everything on it sees a 6. These two 6s together see the whole Renban. And so that means this Renban has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which now, by similar logic, means that this cell has to be 7, 8, or 9. So this is 7, 8, or 9 for that. And so if I look at where the 3 goes on this Renban, this is very symmetrical on purpose. The 3 on this Renban can't go there, can't go in those places, so the 3 has to go there. Okay. And now actually there's a little bit of interaction, because the 3 can't go there and the 7 can't go there. Okay. This can't be a 4 either. And in fact, actually, we can do the same argument here. What digits go here? Well, it's a string of 3 consecutive digits that include a 4 but don't include a 3, so these have to be a 5 and a 6. And that 5, 6 is resolved. The 6 looks up and gives me a 5 and a 6. That digit is not a 5. And so we get more things going on. And we want all the things. Okay. So, let's see. We have a few more things where we can look at what digits something is. So this Renban, again, every digit cell on it sees a 4. So this has to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like before. And that has to be the 8. And so these will not be 8. This won't be a 5 because of that 5 looking there. Okay, let's update our pencil marks a bit. In fact, actually, we can turn on our fancy check pencil marks tool. Although it is possible that this might be overkill, but we'll go with it. So we have our digits here like that. Okay. Now, the funny thing is, I actually know there's a 5 on this Renban just by Sudoku, because the 5 in this box is actually placed here, because I know there's a 5 up here is what I'm using here. So there's a 5 up here, there's a 5 in this row, there needs to be a 5 in one of these two cells, and it actually can't be here owing to that 5. So this will be a 5. And that means that this cell only actually has a couple options. This cell can only be either a 3 to make this 3, 4, 5, or a 6 to make it 4, 5, 6. So we'll go ahead and fill that in. So this is neither 6 nor 9. I'll go ahead and update. It's not 5, not 4, not 2. Okay. So we have one more of these to fill in. And so by now we probably know how this is going to go. This is going to have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because everything on it sees a 6. That's a 2. These are from 1. They're not all 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We know this isn't 4 or 5. That's not 5. That's not 4. And so we get that. All right. Now, what do I know is up here? I'm going to guess I know there's a 4 up here. I do know there's a 4 up here for the same reason. There's a 4 in this cell. There's a 4 in one of these cells. And so that puts a 4 up here. And the 4, in fact, goes specifically there. Okay. And now note, actually, that's great because I know what this digit has to be because it has to turn 4 and 6 into a string of consecutive digits. The only digit that does that is a 5. So this digit is obligated to be a 5. And so that is an excellent way to begin this puzzle. So now we got to do Sudoku. Where is the 3 in this box? It is not in any of these cells by these 2 3s in the column. So that's the 3. And now remember, as soon as you have a 3 on this Renban, these can't be 3 anymore because, again, I'm not allowed to repeat digits. So now I actually know this is a 1, 4, 5. I know this is a 1, 4, 5 triple. So I can look at what digits are left in this box and see if that gets me anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I know these can't be 1. These I'm seeing can't be 7. And so let's look at this cell. This cell looks like it's going to be the interesting one. This has got to be 1, 8, or 9 by the row, but it can't be 1 because the 1 in this box is on this Renban, and it can't be 8 by the column, so this is actually a 9. So these are not 9, which means those are 1, 8, which means these are 7, 9. And these are 3 and 8 over here to make our lives better. Okay. Now, here's a cute point. This cell sees all the cells on this Renban except that one. And what I know is, I know one of the cells on this Renban is an 8. So this cell can't be an 8. Or another way to put it is, if this cell was an 8, this Renban wouldn't have an 8 on it, which would be a huge problem because then it wouldn't have enough digits on it. So this digit actually is not an 8. It is a 3, and that's the 8, which makes that the 9, which then makes these not 9. So these are 5, 6, 8. These are a pair. Let's fill in what they are. They are 1 and 2. We're just slowly working our way up around the puzzle. So these digits are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, and 9 is the answer. Okay, but we can do a very similar trick with this cell, because this cell sees everything on this Renban. Oops, sorry, I hit the wrong button. This cell sees everything on this Renban except for this 8. So in particular, this cell definitely sees a 9. You didn't see that. It didn't happen. And so that now gives us a 1, 2 pair in this column, which now makes this a 9, makes that a 7. And now the fact that that's a 7 is going to give us a ton, because now that 7 can't repeat on the line, so that's a 5. And now this can't be a 5 or a 7, so it's a 6. And now this can't be a 7 or a 6, so that's a 9. All over there. So we've got progress happening everywhere. So let us look over here. So yeah, I'm going to look at these cells. So let's fill in what these cells can be. So the reason why I realize that these cells are limited is because they see, again, everything except the 3 on this Renban. But they see a 3 there. So actually, these can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So these these two cells, because they see this Renban, are only 7, 8, 9. And you'll notice that makes this just a 7, which makes that a 9, which makes that an 8, and a 7. And so now everything starts to fall apart. So there's a 1 and an 8 and a 9. That 1 tells me where the 1 on this Renban is. It has to go there, because these can't be 1 anymore. This 5 all the way up here told me that that's a 1 and a 4 and a 5. It did that Renban like that. These digits over here, they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what is left. That one's not a 7. These 3 digits are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 7, and 8. That is not an 8. These digits are... Oh, those digits actually have a little bit more flexibility, interestingly. Maybe I won't fill in those yet. I should probably fill in this row. That's probably smarter. This row is missing a 1 and a 2, actually. And I know that this one's the 1 because of that 2. So that's a 2 and a 1 and a 1. And a 2 and a 1. Okay, so that made life easier. This cell is a 3 or a 6 by the box. But it's not a 6 by the row, so that's the 3 and the 6 in that order. And so now for the row, that's the 2. For the box, this is something. This is the 9. I know that's not a 1. This triple is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, and 9. So this digit is only 3. That's a 2. That's a 9. We get that. The 2 looks over and gives us a 5 and a 4 and a 2. 5 looks over and gives us an 8 and a 6 and a 5. This is an 8. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So these aren't 2, so that one means that one is 2. For the record, these digits are, let's see, 4, 7, 8 is what I think I see. Oops. Let's see. Okay, so this is not a 4, so therefore that is the 4 for the row, because that's a 7, 8 pair. This triple, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 1, 3, 7 sounds right. Okay, so that's not a 1. These are a pair. Let's just fill them in. Or sorry, they're not quite a pair. Oh, well, they're a pair now because that's the only place for a 1 in the row. So that's a 7 and an 8 and a 3 and a 7 and a 1 and a 7 and a 3 and a 7 and a 7. Please give me the 7 and a 7. Did I hit the numlock or something? Hello. Please make a 7. One moment. What is wrong? My little number pad is upset. Oh no. Let's see if I put it back on, if that will help. No. What did I do? Ah, now suddenly there's a 7. I wasn't even hitting it when the 7 appeared. Whatever. Anyway, I think it was because I hit the numlock, but then I think it got confused. Okay. Sorry. We can now, now that that is all over, that's apparently not a 4. I should try again. One of these is a 6, and it's that one. And that's an 8. There we go. I should mention, by the way, that this puzzle is what's called a gas puzzle. So on the Cracking the Cryptic Discord, every day is posted a genuinely approachable Sudoku, which is what gas stands for. This is one of them. These are meant to be very gentle introductions to a bunch of the common constraints, and generally are quite nice puzzles if you're getting started. So if you are interested in getting into Sudoku but want to start with some gentler puzzles, these are excellent puzzles that will give you a really good idea of sort of the breadth of what sorts of constraints are out there, get you into a bunch of them with puzzles that should not tax your brain too badly. We will, I promise, do some harder ones as we go through this, but we're going to start with a couple of the gas puzzles, because I find those are a good way to sort of wrap your brain around what the rules of a constraint are and what the sort of the most basic deductions you're looking for are as you look at them. All right, so here's another one. So here's an interesting thing that we can look at first. So this column is automatically interesting. And it's interesting because every digit that's not a 9 is on a Renban that is entirely contained within this column. And what that means is somewhere in this column, there's a 1 that's on a Renban. And anytime the most extreme digit is on a Renban, that is a 1 or a 9, or even an 8 for that matter, is on a Renban, that tells you the contents of the entire Renban. So one of these Renban has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, because the only kind of length 4 Renban that can have a 1 on it is 1, 2, 3, 4. And the clever observation to make is this can't be the one that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Because if this was 1, 2, 3, 4, I'd need to put a 1 and a 2 on it, but I can't put either of them up there. I'd have to put both of them there. So this Renban has to be 1, 2, 3, 4. But now that just automatically tells us what this one is. This is 5, 6, 7, 8. And so we are off to the races by sort of pencil marking some Renban like that. Let's see. Do we get the same thing? So the same thing is true in the row. But I don't think we know which one is which yet. So I think this could still be 1, 2, 3, 4, and this could still be 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this could be 6, 7, 8, 9, and I think this could be 5, 6, 7, 8. And I think this could be 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think we have to look elsewhere first, and then we'll come back to it. So there are a few more here. So this, for example, this Renban has a 1 on it. So these must be a 2 and a 4. In order to make this make 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the only thing it could possibly make. This Renban at least needs a 3 on it. And then in order to tie the 2 to the 4. And then it needs a 1 or a 5, but it always needs a 3. Well, that digit's not a 5. There needs to be a 7 down here on this Renban, and these are from 5, 7, 9. And there needs to be a 6 on this Renban, and these two cells are from 4, 6, 8. Okay. Oh, yes, pencil mark check did get turned off. Let's turn the conflict checker on. Ah, I see why chat asked that. Because this cell now can only be a 9, because we marked it by just the Renban. It could only be 5, 7, or 9, but actually in the column, because I was adult and didn't notice that there was a 5 in the box, as I said there was either a 5 or a 9 on one of these two cells. Not my best moment. But this cell actually can't be 7 either, so this cell has to be a 9, and that has to be the 7. So we get that. And now it is being pointed out by the pencil mark checker that neither of these can be a 5, so this is a 1, 3 pair up here. This is not 5 or 7, it is 6 or 8. I am seeing that I know where 7 goes in column 3 now, which is going to disambiguate what's going on in row 5. So 7 by Sudoku is just placed here. But again, remember, in this row, one of these Renban is 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it can't be the one that has a 7 on it. So this is the one that's 1, 2, 3, 4. But I know where the 3 on it goes. The 3 on it goes there because of the 3 in this box. So these are actually 1, 2, 4. And now these are 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, the 7's already on there. And now, where does the 6 go? The 6 has to go here because of the 6 in this box. And now we know where the 8 and the 5 go as well. And so we get all of those digits just sort of raining down on us as a generous gift from the setters. Okay. I can update a few things, like those aren't 3, for example. Okay. So we've got, we made progress around the outside of the grid. Let me go ahead and fill in these quads, because I think they will say interesting things about what these digits are on these little length 3 Renban that are sort of dancing around. So these digits are from 1, 2, 3, and 9. Okay, so question, can this digit be a 9? And so often you have to ask yourself that, and the answer is no, this can't possibly be a 9, because I'd need to have an 8 and a 7, and there's an 8 in the column already. So that's not the 9, that's not the 9, and that's not the 9. Those not being the 9 because of the column, which means that this is the 9. Which now means that these two have to be 8 and 7, but owing to that 7, I actually know it actually goes in that order. It's an 8 and a 7. Which now places the 7 on this Renban. It's there. Okay. And so this is a major feature of Renban, is that you have to sort of think of them as being extra regions. So you get to actually say, hey, I've actually placed the 7 on this Renban in the same way that you would say, this is where the 7 in box 2 goes, or whatever the analogous version would be. Okay, I see now we have a 1, 2, 3 triple in this column. So the digits that are left in the column are 4, 6, 4 and 6. It's only 4 and 6. There's nothing else left. So we have those. There's also, there's not quite a 1, 2, 3 triple. I was going to say there's a 1, 2, 3 triple in this row, but there is not quite. But we can limit, and so this is a useful thing that I'm going to just go over just briefly. We can limit what digits these can be, because the maximum this digit can be is 3, which means the maximum these digits can possibly be is 5. So these can't be larger than 5. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And given that this 5 looks over here, that's actually going to do a little bit more damage to what we're thinking about here. So we have that laid out. So I want to ask about, so 9 in this row needs to go in one of these cells. Can this be a 9? I think it can, actually. Oh, sorry. The point is, this is now a quad. This is now 1, 2, 3, 4, a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad. So these are 7, 8, and 9. And in particular, this one is 8. So this is not an 8. This is a 7 or a 9. This is not an 8. It is a 7 or a 9. So we have that. And so now we have a choice. We could go 8, 7, 6, or we could go 9, 8, 7, except one of those doesn't work. Namely, 8, 7, 6 doesn't work because 6 is already pencil marked onto this Renban in this box. So this can't be a 6. And so this digit can only be a 7 or 9 itself, but it can't be a 9. So this digit has to be a 7, and that digit's a 9 and a 7. Because of that. I feel like I explained that in a very convoluted order, but hopefully it kind of made sense and was kind of correct. These digits here are now for the box. They're 6 and 8. But, and here's a key observation, this Renban does not have a 7 on it, because this 7 looks at it horizontally, and this 7 looks at it vertically. And this is starting to hint, by the way, at why I so adore Renban, because you get lots of this kind of geometry where you have a bunch of different pieces of the grid interacting to tell you there's no 7 on this Renban, so it can't have an 8 on it either, because there's no length 3 sequence that involves an 8 that does not also involve a 7. So therefore that's a 6 and that's an 8. And now I repeat, there's no 7 on this Renban, but there is a 6. So these have to be 4 and 5. And I know the order because of that 4. So that is 5 and 4. And now we are starting to unravel everything. So now that 4 looks over here and tells me that's a 2 and that's a 4. Slowly unfolding the mysteries of the universe. This 4 and this 6 look down here and give me an 8. This is not an 8 anymore, but remember I needed a 6 on this Renban to make it do Renban things, so that has to be the 6, or this will not be a valid Renban at the end of the day. So now I can look at this column and ask what is left in it, and the answers are a 1, a 4, and one other thing, which is a 9. Well, this one had better be the 9, because it can't be 1 or 4 by the box combo. So that's not a 2. That's not a 9. It's a 1 or a 4. That's not a 4. So this digit now for the row, by the way, this is a 1 or a 2. Interesting, but it is not a 2 because there's a given 2. So this is actually a 1. So that peels away some more here. That makes this digit a 4. So this digit's not a 4. This digit now is the 2. So I now know exactly what triple is down here. In particular, the 1, 3, 4 triple means this isn't a 3, it's a 5. And so now in order to make this possibly be a consecutive sequence, this needs to be a 3. And so therefore this is a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 1. And so we have all of that pieced together. And now it should just be Sudoku because we don't have any Renbans left that we don't have fully pencil marked. So let's ask ourselves what these two digits are. These two digits are a 3 and a 9. They are a 3 and a 9, so they go in that order. This digit's now a naked single. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is a 9. This is a pair, which consists of a 2 and a 6 in that order. This row is only missing a 1, a 4, and one other thing, which is a 2. So that's not the 4. Disappointing. That did not actually immediately do it. This row is only missing a 6 and 8 and one other thing. The other thing is it's not a 9, it's a 2 as well. But now this digit can only be a 2. And so that 2 makes that a 1 and a 4 and a 2. These are no longer 4s. That is no longer a 2. That's no longer a 2. That 1-4 pair makes that a 2. So now I have a triple in this column that I bet I'm going to be able to fill in. So one of the things in this column is a 1. Neither of... Oh, sorry, maybe this one could be a 1. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 1, 3, 5. So that one we know is a 1. So that's the 3 and that's the 5. So we see everything sort of sorting itself out now. We have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are from 1, 4, 9. That one's not 9, so that one is 9. These are a 1, 4 pair. And these are a 1, 4 pair. Which is a little concerning, but will survive. We've got a triple up in this box. Let's handle that. So these are 6, 7, 8. This one is not 7 or 8, so it's only 6. Making that 8 and 7. Making that 6 and 5 and 8. Making this and 9. Good, good. Okay, so this triple. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, 4, 5, and 6. Make that a 5. That a 4, 6 pair. Wow, this is stubborn. This pair, we've got a 2 still left to place in the column. That 2 goes there. So this is 4 or 6, but it's not 6, so it is 4. And so that's going to tease out how that all worked out, which is going to wrap around over here, wrap around to here. And now we are just finishing up. That is an 8, and that's a 3. Excellent, excellent. Alrighty. So that gives you sort of the beginnings of how to think about Renban. And we're going to look at some more sophisticated Renban puzzles in a minute. I'm going to take a short break, but then we'll be back and we'll do more Renban puzzles. So I will see you all very shortly. Welcome back, everyone. I don't chat much with chat during tutorials, but it is great to see everyone here. And I'm looking forward to chatting with you all much more later. So thank you all, and I do appreciate everyone in chat, and I do read the chat as I'm doing these as best I can. Alrighty. Next up in our tutorial, we have this puzzle Serial Number by Kinnison. So this is a 6x6 Renban puzzle, but we have some interesting stuff going on here. So we need to put the digits 1 through 6 in these things. So it seems like we're meant to think about 2s and 5s. So I'm going to pencil mark that 5 in this box goes in one of these 2 cells. Don't know which one. But I'm interested that this box needs to have both a 1 and a 6 in it. So one of these Renban is automatically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the other is automatically 6, 5, 4, 3. Sorry, I'm having a hard time saying the 6x6 Renban numbers. So one of these is 6, 5, 4, 3. In particular, both of these Renban need to have a 3 and a 4 on them. Where do those 3 and 4 go? Well, one of them goes on this Renban. The other has to go over here. So the 3, 4 on this Renban can't be in this box because this Renban already claims them. And every length 4 Renban needs a 3 and a 4 in a 6x6 by the sort of like digit string logic from earlier. Which means this is a 1, 6 pair. Which means this is a 2 or a 5. Which is interesting. And now I have to ask myself, where do 1 and 6 go in this box? Well, not in the column with this 1 and 6. Which means that the 1 and 6 go on these Renban. And here's an important thing to notice. I can't put both 1 and 6 on this Renban. That's way, way, way too far apart. So this digit is always a 1 or a 6. And that is going to break everything. I mean, it's not going to break it, but it's going to resolve it. Because which is it? Is it a 1 or a 6? And the answer is, it can't be a 6, because if it was a 6, these would need to be 4, 5, and they can't be 4, 5. So, because of the 5 in the column. So indeed, we get our first digit. This is a 1, and these are a 2, 3 pair. It would help if I wrote the right digits. So that is a 2, 3 pair. Now this is now, because we need to put the 6, remember, on this Renban now. This is a 4, 5, 6 triple, which makes that a 2 and a 1 and a 6. Finishes all that stuff. This is now a 3, just so that we know, which fixes the 2 and the 3. So we've got all of that stuff. So now there's a lot of symmetry going on in this puzzle where we can now repeat the argument from the beginning, but we're going to know more about life. Because again, both of these length 4 Renban need a 3 and a 4 on them. But I only have 2 3 4s in this box. So 2 of those 3 4s go over here, but this one can't be the 3. So that's the 4 and that's the 3. These are a 1, 6 pair. But now this can't be a 1 because it would put a 2 there, and there's already a 2 in the row. So that is a 6 and a 5. That's a 1. These digits we know, they're a 4 and a 5. And I know the order, actually, because of that 5. So that's a 4 and a 5. So these digits we know are a 3 and a 6. I don't know the order yet on that 3 and that 6. These digits are a 1 and a 2. I do know the order on that. So that's a 2 and a 1. This digit, well, that's not a 5. This digit is a 4 or a 6. Let's see. This isn't the Renban, by the way, in this box with a 1 on it. So this is the Renban with a 1 on it. So this 1 tells me that this Renban has a 1. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So this Renban is 3, 4, 5, 6. So that means these are a 5, 6 pair. And I know the order of that 5, 6 pair. It's a 6 and a 5 in that order. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4. Needs to have a 2 on it, so the 2 goes there by Sudoku. Now, it needs to have a 3 on it. These 2 3s look up, and so that's the 3. These are a 1 and a 4. Well, that one's not a 4, so it's a 1, and that's the 4, which makes that a 6, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 3 and a 4. 3 looks down and makes that a 6 and a 3. The 6 and the 4 look up and make that a 5 and make that a 6. This cell is a 1, and that's a 4. Very nice, and starts to give you a sense of how these things can get a little bit more complicated. You have to juggle a little bit more as you sort of up the complexity here. Alrighty. Next up, we're going to do the single constraint puzzle by Kuraban. So Kuraban has been making all of these single constraint puzzles, and I've been doing one in basically every tutorial video, so I will continue that trend. So here we get the single cell puzzle. Yes, that will be the next setting challenge, single cell puzzles. This will be single constraint, and so this is a Renban puzzle. It will probably be glorious. So first things first to note, every length 5 Renban or longer needs a 5. And so we need to ask where that 5 is going. And so in the particular instance of these two, there's a 5 on this one and a 5 on this one. Both of them need to be from boxes 5 and 6. So the 5 in box 5 and the 5 in box 6 need to be on these Renban. Otherwise, I'm not fitting 2 5s on here. And so there's a 5 up here somewhere. That is the next deduction that I will make. This Renban needs a 5. I don't particularly know. How long is this Renban? This Renban is length 9. So this Renban needs to have every digit on it. Really is length 9. I'm not making it up. So this length 9 Renban, and this Renban, okay, this Renban is length 8. So this Renban has every digit except for 1 on it. Okay. So that's the point. This digit is an 8-cell Renban. So the only thing I can do is put everything on it except 1, or everything on it except 9. Anything else will break. So the digit that's missing is that digit, which is a 1 or a 9. And now that 1 or a 9, it needs to go here. Because this digit, remember, it cannot repeat on this line at all. So that digit in row 9 has to appear there. So I'm going to just flag there that those two things are the same digit. That digit, right, okay, got it. And so now where does yellow go in box 8? By Sudoku, yellow goes in one of these cells. And so the question is it a 1 or a 9, granted that it is on a length 7 Renban with an 8. And 1 does not fit on a length 7 Renban with an 8. So yellow's actually a 9. So yellow is 9. And this Renban, we know what it is. This is going to be a little silly, but we're going to fill it anyway. It is 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. By the way, I should turn on my conflict. Oh, my conflict checker is on. It doesn't look like it's on. Oh, no, sorry. I don't have my check pencil marks on. There we go. Okay. So that will let us do some amount of damage to these pencil marks. So, for example, the 8 is already in the row, so I did not really need to put the 8, but I did recreationally anyway. Those aren't 5. This one is not 4, 7, or 9. And now these are the rest of the row. That's what I really wanted to fill in anyway. These are a 1 and a 2. Okay, so we've got that 1 and 2 there. And I know there's a 9 in here. And so now my length 8 Renban is everything but 9. Oh, I guess that's literally given by the row. So never mind. I won't be excited about that. Let's see. So where to next? Let's see. We might be having to count some 5s. Because my guess is we're going to learn somehow by counting 5s that this isn't a 5 or something like that. But I'm not sure yet. Speaking of 5s, though, let's think about 5s. This Renban needs a 5, and it can't go down here by our earlier argument that the 5 in this box needs to take care of one of those. So one of those is a 5 anyway, which tells me that's not a 5. And for that matter, there needs to be a 4 on this Renban to connect the 3 and the 5. So this isn't a 4 either. Let's see. So what digits do I know for sure on this Renban? So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 will not work. So if I did not put a 2 on this Renban, it would go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and would break this cell. So there's also a 2 on this Renban, actually. So this Renban has a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5. And then it either has a 1 or a 6. I don't know which, but it has one of 1 and 6. Okay, so where is 8 in column 9 is a good question to ask ourselves now that we are having this life. And the answer to where 8 in column 9 is, well, it can't be on a Renban of length 3 with a 3. It's nowhere near close enough. And in particular, it would have to go through 6 and 7 anyway, which would break this cell. But I can't repeat 8 in a box with an 8. So the 8 in this column needs to go there. So that somewhat restricts what digits I can put on here. In particular, the lowest I could get is if I went 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. So the 1 and the 2 in this box are automatically over here because of that. And so this is either 1, 2, 3. It's 1, 2, 3 if this row is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or it's 1, 2, 9 if this is if this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. So that's interesting. Let's see. Pregnant pause, as Simon would say. Yes, okay. I see the question to ask now. Thank you, chat. Where is 9 in box 1 is an excellent question to ask. Well, 9 is not going on a length 3 Renban with 4. So 9's actually going on this Renban, which then forces this to be 9, 8, 7, 6. But we discovered this by saying the 9 was in this box, so there's definitely a 9. And now this digit, and so anytime, here's a big tip for Renban, anytime there's a cell that sees the entirety of a Renban, you should look at that cell. So this cell sees all 4 of these, so it's not 6, 7, 8, or 9. So what is this digit? It could be 1 or 2, it can't be 3 or 4, it could be 5, it can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. Those are the only options. So this cell is actually quite limited in what it can be because of that. Okay. I maybe should fill out what this can be. So these can be as low as 2. Okay, I can get us another digit. Because these can be as low as 2 and as high as 6. So in particular, I could never put a 1 anywhere on either of these. So the 1 in this column is always... The 1 in this column is always over here, which is going to shake up that 2 and that 1. Going to mean that this is not 2, that's not 2, of course. That's not 1. So we have that arranged like that. So that's going to do some amount of good, presumably. So there's now a 1 over in one of these cells, right? Because this, again, this can't be 1. So because of the 1 looking down. So that's the 3. So this is not a 3. That's not a 3. Okay. So now there's no 3 on this Renban. And as soon as there's no 3 on this Renban, it's forced to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because I need to get 6 digits in a row, I can't go under 3. So in particular, what I'm saying is this digit can't be a 9. I need the 9 to be on this Renban. So that's a 2 and a 1. And this digit is not a 2. So we have made further progress, I believe, in this era. Okay, and so now, where is 2 in box 1? And so 2 in box 1 is placed by these two 2s there exactly. This is a gorgeous puzzle, by the way. So that is a 3. This is not a 2. Over here. So now we need room for this 6, 7, 8 over here. But we also know now there is a 5 in these cells. So that 5 looks down and tells me that's not a 5. So one of these two has to be a 5. If this isn't a 5, this needs to be either 1, 2, 3, 4, which it can't be, actually, because this cell can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4, or it would have to be 6, 7, 8, 9, which is interesting. I am going to note, though, that because this cell actually can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, so this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it's not 7, actually. And what that means, one thing, is it means there's no 1 on here. So it means actually the 1 in row 4 is in this box. And now the reason why I care so much about that is it means the 1 in this box is on this Renban. And so this Renban, its contents are forced to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Really, those chasing 1s and 9s is so often the name of the game in these puzzles. So that means these digits on the outside, these are 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's just do our little customary cleanup. Okay, so now that's super interesting because now I have a 6, 7 pair in this column. And that 6, 7 pair is resolved for the simple reason that if I put a 7 here, I would need a 6 on this Renban as well to connect to the 3, and that can't work. So actually, this is the 6 and that's the 7. And I now know the contents of this Renban, because this Renban now has to start at 6 and go down. So it's got to be 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. And I didn't write the 3 because there's already a 3 on it, and I remembered that this time. So that's not a 2, that's not a 4. And now this is the only digit that has not yet appeared in this column, which is a 1. None of these, by the way, are 7. Let's just de-7ify all of these. So we are making progress. That's not a 1. And this can't be a 1 either. That's gorgeous, because if this was a 1, by the way, these I know aren't 1. That was the whole point. I know the ones up here in this row. So these aren't 1. Oops. Sorry, they're not 1 in the center either. That's what I was trying to say. But this can't be 1, because if this was 1, these would need to be 2, 3, and the box already has a 3, so that's not a 1. So therefore, that's a 1. Oh, I somehow left the corner marks that I was trying to get rid of. Pencil marking is fun and profitable. Okay. So now, now there is a 1 up here somewhere. Which is interesting. If I put a 1 on here, does that break the world? So if I put a 1 on here, I need a 3 there and a 2 there. That's specific, but I don't see how it breaks without thinking about it more. And that means I can do better and think about other things. I see now that these cannot be 6. So these are a 7, 8, 9 triple. So this isn't 8 or 9. This is only 5 or 6. In fact, these are a 4, 5, 6 triple, but I know that one's not the 5, so this is 4 or 6. So this can't be a 6, because remember... oh, wait, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, okay. Oh, so 4, 5, and 6 is a really interesting string of digits to have looking at a length 4 Renban. Because if I make this 5, this is now a 4, 6 pair. And that's not possible. Because if I put a 4, 6 pair here, I have a 5, and I need to find 3 consecutive digits with 5, but I can't use 4 or 6. I've just completely cut myself off. So this is never a 5. This is a 6. But the second this is a 6, now I can't use 5 on this Renban, because remember, 5 in this box is already spoken for. And so this is a Renban that has a 6, but no 5. So it has to be 6, 7, 8, 9. And actually, we can go ahead and fill in the 4 and the 5 over there. That's not what I expected, I'll be honest. So we ended up with that. That 4, 5 now looks over and makes this a 2, which looks up and fixes the 5 and the 4 up there. These digits are not 2. So this digit is a 3, funnily enough. Right. So the thing I was thinking before that we might be able to disprove, I can't disprove it because it's not wrong. It's right. This is a 3, but I can't have a 4 anywhere on this Renban, so it has to go down, and so these two digits have to be 1 and 2. That can't be the 2, so that's the 2 and the 1. So these digits are 6, 7, 8, 9. I know that the 7 and 8 are always on here because otherwise I chop this up. So there's always a 7 and an 8. So this is not the 8 or the 7 because these are the 7 and the 8. These, by the way, speaking of Sudoku things, not 3. So those are 4, 5. So these are not 4, 5. So these are 1, 2, 3. So these are 4, 5, 6. And these are 7, 9, just by Sudoku. So if you want the fancy term, this band is roped. But we don't really need to think about that. I don't think. I'm hoping. This 7, 9. That's beautiful. So this 7, 9 tells me what happens here, because this can't be 7, 8, 9. Or another way to think about it, there can't be a 9 in this thing, because if there's a 9, it would be 9, 8, 7, and that would break this cell. So that's the 9. These aren't 9. So they're a 6, 7, 8 triple. So they're not. So this isn't 7. Or I guess otherwise that 9 looked at that and fixed that 7 and 9 in that order. Whichever of the many ways you want to think about this, whatever works for you, they all work it all works out the same. This 6, 7, 8 triple looks down at this, so this isn't the 6. So I know there's a 2 down here. This is interesting. Okay, so let's fill out these columns. So we've got 1, 2, 3. We need a 4, 5, and a 6. And we've got a 7, 8, and a 9. So that's not a 5. And in this column, we need a 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we've got 6, 7, 8, and 9. So that's not a 5 either. This is a 2, 3, or a 4. Okay. Interesting. Probably should be doing some more Sudoku up here, I'm going to guess. So let's just check a little bit up here, see what's going on. So I know there's a 2 in this row somewhere. Interesting. What else do I know is up here? So there's definitely a 2 up there. There's definitely a 4 in one of these 2 cells. Let's see. Do I have any other repeats? Maybe I don't have any other repeats. It's possible. Oh, well, I guess I can look at this 6, 7, 8, 9 triple. Okay, that's a smart thing to do. This is a 6, 7, 8, 9 triple. So these are the remainders. These are from 1, 4, 5. And that one's not a 5. If this was 1, this would need to be 2 and 3, which annoyingly seems possible again. Disappointing. Let's see. Where else can I do Sudoku? It's got to be Sudoku. Okay, one of these 2 is a 3. Oh, actually, this is a 3-5 pair. Okay, that's good. This column is missing a 3-5 pair, and that can't be a 5. So it's a 3 and a 5 in that order. So that's not a 3. That's not a 5. These 3 digits, let's just fill in and see if we get lucky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is not a 4. These are a 4, 6, 8. One of these is definitely a 4. It's not as good as I was hoping. I was very optimistic that was going to do good things. Okay, let's see. Where is 9 in this box? That's another good question. 9 in this box needs to be in this row. That's probably going to be helpful to notice. And 9 can't possibly go here because 9 can't connect to 5 in that few steps. So 9 is here or here. And now 9 can only go on a length 2 Renban with an 8. So one of these 2 is an 8. So I can use that to clean up a few pencil marks. So that can't be an 8, and that can't be an 8. It is a 6 or a 7. If one of these was 8, 9, would it break the column? It would make a 7, 8, 9 triple. And that would make a 7, 8, 9 triple. But I don't think there's anything wrong with making a 7, 8, 9 triple. That's not too many digits or anything. So where's the 7 in this box now, I guess, is the next question. So if the 7 isn't here... Oh, right, the 7's here. Okay, so one of these is an 8, 9. That's spoken for. Now where am I going to put the 7 in the box? Well, the 7 either goes here or it goes on a Renban. But any Renban it went on, it would need a 6. But the 6 would be here. So that doesn't work. So this has to be the 7. That's gorgeous. Okay, so that's not a 7. And now, that cures the mystery of where the 8, 9 goes, because now the 8, 9 can't go here because of that 8, 9. So that's the 8 and the 9. And so that's a 7. I have no idea how Kuraban does this so consistently, that these puzzles are always so great, but they do. Oh, how did I not take 7 off of that? I worry I mispencil marked something. But if I didn't, as long as I didn't actually mispencil mark something, I have a 4, 6, 8 triple in the column, making that a 9 and an 8, and that a 9, and that a 6. These not 6, so that's a 4, 8 pair, which makes that a 6. That is not a 9. We have all of that. That's not a 6. That's a 4, 5 pair, which makes that a 6. Renban is so good. This is a 6. So that's a 7 and an 8. Okay. Now is a good time to return to the question of where the 6 is in this box. So the 6 in this box is either here or here. Those are the only options. If it were 6 here, these would need to be 5, 4 in some order. If it were 6 here, this would just have to be a 5. At first I didn't like this being a 6 and that being a 5, but maybe it's actually possible. Annoyingly. Alright, I'm going to clean up these real quick before I look at these. Okay, well this is a 2, 6 pair. I can at least fill that in because the 6s in this box look in. So this is a 2, 6 pair from the sides. And so if this is a 2, then this digit's a 3. If this is a 6, then this digit's a 5 because 7's gone. So this digit's always a 3 or a 5 is one of the facts of life. So if this is the 2, then we could go 3, 4, or 1. Yeah, we'd have to go 3, 4, right? No, it could go 1 and 2. No, that can't. Oh boy. Okay, I feel like I'm overcomplicating this box. Let me fill in this row, and then maybe something will jump out at me. What's going on in this row? We've got 1, 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6. We need a 7, and then we've got an 8 and a 9. Well, that's not the 7. So this is a 3, 5 pair. So that is the 7 for the row. Okay, this 3, 5 pair means this is a 1, 4 pair. So this is either 6, 5, 4, or 2, 3, 4, or 2, 3, 1, and all of those work. But the 1, 4 pair at least gives me a 5 over here. That 7 looks down and gives me an 8 and a 7 over there. This digit, I probably know what it is with great thought. It is a 1. So, okay, well, this is not 2, 3, 1 because of this 1, 2, 3. That's the point. That's the thing I was supposed to see ages and ages ago. If this was 1, if the 1 was here, this would have to be 1, 2, 3, and it would break that cell. So this is not a 1, it's a 4. And that's the 1. Okay. So it's 4, 3, 2, or 4, 5, 6. Oh, and it can't be 4, 5, 6 either, because that would break that cell. Adorable. So it's 4, 3, 2. That's 5, 6. That's a 4 and a 6 and a 5. That is a 1. Looking at these. So those aren't 1, that's not 5. This isn't a 3 or, oops, this isn't a 3 or a 4. That's not a 6, that's not a 4 or a 6, that's a 3 or a 9. Okay, so many good things are happening now. Is it true that these Renban can't go wrong no matter what I do now? I think these Renban can't go wrong no matter what I do, so I think I should not really be looking at those as Renban. I think these are just done. There's a 3-4 pair in this row, so that's a 9 and a 6 and an 8 and a 9. This column only has a pair left. It's a 7 and an 8, so that's an 8 and a 7. Thank you to the lovely Given there, handling that, making it so I did not have to live in mystery as to which of those was which. That is a 5. This isn't a 4 or a 5. This is a 2 or a 4, but it's not a 4, so it's a 2. And that's a 4, and a 3, and a 2, and a 4, and a 3, and a 2, and a 5, and a 4. And now, 1, 2, there's a 3 in here. And then that is a 1, and that finishes this wonderful puzzle. That was just delightful. I really, really enjoyed that one. Alrighty. Rest not. There is more Renban, in case you feared that we would run out of Renban. So this next puzzle is by Bellsita, or Isabella, in chat usually. So in this Renban... Oh, this one is Renban and Entropic. Okay, sorry. I'm going to save that one for after this one then. I'll do the Entropic lines in a second. Don't worry. I can always use more Renban. There's never enough Renban. Okay, so let's do this puzzle next. So this is, I dare say, the most famous Renban puzzle. I think this puzzle is effectively single-handedly responsible for Renban being a thing. Is it? It says Entropic lines in the rules. I promise I'll do it. But the rules say Entropic lines. But anyway, this is a Renban puzzle. These Renban are gray. You can actually tell this is an old puzzle because the Renban aren't purple. However, it does feature a single cell that is odd. So we have that. Okay, so the thing we're meant to look at first... I mean, I say that like I've done the puzzle, but I have not. But the thing I noticed first is that there's a 2 and a 7 bounding this. So these are 3, 4, from 3, 4, 5, 6. And no matter which way I parse this, the 4 and the 5 are always going to end up living on this Renban. Okay. But I think... I probably also want to think about the fact that, again, my long Renban always need to have 5s. And so there's always a 5 on this Renban in some place. In fact, there's a 4, 5, and a 6 on this Renban. I'm going to give this Renban a color so that I can pencil mark 4, 5, and 6 on it and maybe not lose track of what is going on. And so what's really interesting to me is this Renban also needs a 4, 5, and a 6 because of its length. Every length 6 Renban needs a 4, 5, and a 6. Okay. So this digit's never a 4, 5, or a 6 because it sees the 4, 5, and 6 from this one. So this is not a 4, 5, or a 6. The 4, 5s, and 6s are up here somewhere. At least 2 of these have to end up being 4, 5, 6. Maybe all 3 of these will end up being 4, 5, 6. I'm not sure yet. But that is very interesting. I also noticed that in column 7 here, both 1 and 9 need to appear in this column. At most, one of them appears here. And so one of these is an extreme Renban. One of these is either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know which is which yet. The same is actually true in this column, now that I'm noticing it. Already. Oh, here's an interesting point. This digit appears on this Renban because this digit needs to show up in column 7, and it can't repeat on its own Renban. And so this is often one of the best things to ask yourself is, where does this digit show up, given that it can't repeat on a Renban? So this digit probably is a 4, 5, or 6, because it needs to show up over here. But I don't think I know that these only have 4, 5, 6 in common. There's Sudoku logical limits to how many digits these two Renban can have in common, but I don't think they can have... but they can, I think, have more than 4, 5, 6 in common. Maybe, possibly. Okay. But this digit they definitely share regardless, which is interesting. Okay. This digit shows up over there. It's interesting. Okay, so I kind of want to fill in that I know this is 1, 2, 3, or it's 7, 8, 9. Let's see. So I'm so close to being able to sort of cover this with these, but I can't quite cover this. So I think we can probably prove that this has to be a 4, 5, or a 6. Do we think we believe that? I don't know. Maybe I don't believe that. I'm trying to say, if this wasn't a 4, 5, 6, all the 4, 5, and 6s would be gone for this row and this column, but maybe that's not a problem. It doesn't quite glare at any of the other Renbans in the way that I would like it to. Tragically. It is noteworthy that there's this symmetry here. This also needs to show up on one of these Renban down there, but I don't think I know. Okay, so here's the thing I had not observed before. So I mentioned at least 1 of 1 and 9 is on a Renban in this column. It's also true that at least 1 of 1 and 9 is on a Renban in this box. So that's interesting. Let's see. All right, so here's a good observation that I saw from chat, which is that however many 4, 5, 6s there are in yellow, they actually all get pushed into box 5 anyway. So I can't possibly put 2 4, 5, 6s in here because that would rule one of them out of green. I could put 1 or 0. But regardless of whether I put 1 or 0, if I put 0, these are 4, 5, 6. If I put 1, that 4, 5, 6 has to appear here. So the observation that chat gave me that I really like is that these digits can't be from 4, 5, 6. These are from, and this is going to be quite a pencil mark, these are from 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. And these aren't 2. These aren't 7. Fascinating. Let's see. This is so close to giving us something, but it doesn't quite want to yet, I feel like. And like seeing if this is a 9, then this would be 8, 7, 6 is interesting, or 2, but it's not quite doing the thing I want yet. We'll get there. Okay. So, yeah, this cell sees all of this Renban, but it doesn't see all of yellow necessarily. Alrighty. I know that 8 and 9 are over here, but I don't quite know what to do with that either. There's another interesting point from chat, which is that every length 4 Renban needs at least one of 4, 5, 6. So because these can't be 4, 5, 6, there's a 4, 5, 6 up here, and there's a 4, 5, 6 down here, at least. And that's 2 of this 3, 4, 5, 6s for the column, which is interesting. So I think this digit's going to have to be... Well, at least this digit's a little restricted, because remember, this digit shows up in both yellow and green. So let's just argue this digit can't be 1. If this digit was 1, remember that means 1 shows up in yellow. And so that means yellow is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and green is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But now we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 octuple in column 8. That's not going to work. So this digit is not 1 or 9. What if this digit's a 2? Does that work out? If this is a 2, and then there's a 2 on here, and so then all of these digits have to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because I could either, with a 2, I could go down to 1 or up to 7. But I can't have an octuple out of that either. So this digit can't be a 1 or a 2, and it can't be an 8 or a 9. So this is a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which is not the most profound deduction I've ever made before in my life, but it's something. I'm going to pencil mark this cell so that I feel good. So I think we can do a similar thing with this cell. Because what if this cell is 1? Then where does 1 go in this column? Well, regardless of where 1 goes in this column, it's going on a Renban that's then also going to need a 2. And it can't have it because this needs the 2. Right? And so since this, it's because of this given 2. Okay, the fact that this uses this given 2 makes me think, because this is a Qodec puzzle, we're doing the right thing. This cell can't be a 1 because it would put 2 2s in this column through the crazy medium that this cell needs to appear in this column on one of these other Renban. So this is not a 1. Strangely, I don't think that argument shows this can't be a 9, because that we used the given 2. If this is a 9, then there has to be an 8 and a 7 on here. Oh, no, it does, because this Renban's so long. Right. If this is a 9, these are 8, 7, 6. But now, where is the 9 going in this column? Well, it needs to go on a Renban with an 8. That would be fine if I put it on here with an 8 there, but then the other digits also become a problem. So I could hide the 8 over here, but the 6 and 7 would still clash in this column. That's not going to work. Okay. So actually, I think the 2 is there to help you see this, but it also works for the 9. Okay. So we've actually, we've reduced options for here to a good bit. Okay, so what if this is an 8? I think this might also rule out 8. It's possible. Maybe not. We'll find out. What if this is an 8? Then this would need to come from... oh no, this is fine, because if this is an 8, what I can do is I can put 5, 6, 7 here, and then I can put 8, 9 down here, and then it works fine. So that being an 8, I think, unfortunately, is fine. So I don't think we're going to do any better than that this needs to be 3, 7, or 8. Is interesting, but not... It's not immediately clear to me what to do with it. So there's these parity considerations with odds and evens that are maybe worth thinking about. Is there any way I can make use of that? Because I know, here's another fact. Every Renban uses either an equal number of odds and evens if it's even length, or it uses either one more even or one more odd. So here, for example, I know I'm looking at 3 odds and 3 evens. And here I'm looking at 3 odds and 3 evens. I'd love, and the fact that there's this odd circle here suggests maybe I should think about that. I'd love to know what parity this cell is. We might be able to decide that out of this if we think about this very carefully. But I don't 100% swear we will be able to, but we might be able to figure this out. Like, this is always going to have 2 odds and 2 evens. This is always going to have 2 odds and 2 evens. This is always going to have 1 odd and 1 even. It's so dangerously close to telling us what the parity of this cell is, but it just doesn't quite. I don't think, because of this thing going on in this box. I know this is an odd and an even. And so anytime you start peeling off equal numbers of odds and evens, it's interesting because there are more odds than evens in Sudoku. So I'm starting to think this is really what I'm supposed to be looking at, although it makes me somewhat nervous. Like this row, the fact that this is an odd and an even also seems to me like it's trying to tell me something about parity. But I don't quite see it yet. Is the question, where does this Renban go in column 3? Because that seems like an interesting question to ask. Because these have to go into column 3, and they're consecutive. Okay. Yeah, I feel like the parity thing feels so close to working, but it doesn't quite get there. Okay. And the other thing that's on my brain is 1s and 9s in these columns. Because I know one of these Renban at least has a 1 or a 9 on it. Let's see. Okay. Should I think about the parities of these? Okay, what if these are the same parity? Does that break this column? So if these are both odd, then that means this is 2 evens and an odd, and this is 2 evens and an odd. That doesn't work. Okay, these can't both be odd. Can they both be even? If these are both even, then this is 2 odds and an even, and this is 2 odds and an even. This is an odd and an even. That actually seems okay. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so if this is 1 or 9, it forces itself to go there, because if this is 1, then it puts a 2 here, so I can't put a 1 in any of these places. And if this is 9, then it puts an 8 here, so then I can't put a 9 in any of these places. So that doesn't quite work. I don't think. I'd really love to prove that this cell has to be 4, 5, or 6, although I guess that feels backwards in a weird way. Is something wrong with the world where this is 4, 5, 6? I do not know. Strangely. If this is 1 odd and 1 even, then this is 3 odds and 3 evens. And then this is the last even, and then that makes this odd. So if these are different parities, this is odd. Oh, there's an interesting point. Okay, so we proved these can't both be odd. Okay, so chat has an excellent point. Chat has figured out the correct thing. So the correct thing to note is I said, okay, could these both be odd? And then the answer to that is no, because if these are both odd, because every string of 4 consecutive digits contains 2 evens and 2 odds, if these were both odd, then what would happen here is then I would get 2 evens on this, 2 evens on this, and 0 evens on this. But that is a horrifying mess. So these can't be 2 odds. They also can't be 2 evens, for the rather funny fact that there aren't 2 evens. 4 and 6 are down here. 2 is wasted in the column. So therefore there's an 8 in one of these 2. And these are an odd and an even pair, we just said. And so because that's an odd and an even pair, that means that these are 3 odds and 3 evens. That's the last odd, or sorry, that's the last even and an odd. So this digit is always odd. So we get that digit's odd, and maybe more importantly, one of these digits is an 8. Because as soon as the 8 is over here, the 9 can't go here. Because 9 would have to go with an 8. Now there's nothing for 7 to go with either. And so now we have these are from 1, 2, 3, which means there's always a 2 involved. So this isn't a 2. So that is getting interesting. Okay, it feels as though we are making gentle progress. So so now this cell's odd. Weird. Okay. So this cell has become odd. Right. This cell has become odd. That cell's odd. There's an odd here. There's an odd here. Strangely, we only have one odd left to give in the entire row. Another good point to make is that these can't be an 8-9 pair. Because if these were an 8-9 pair, it makes these digits all at most... Sorry, it makes all of these digits at least 4. Sorry, all of these digits at least 5. Because if there's an 8 here, the lowest I could get is 5, 6, 7, 8. But that would make this a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sextuple, and that's too many. So these can't be an 8-9 pair. So there's no 9 there. Could these be a 7-8 pair even? That also seems suspect. Because if these are a 7-8 pair, the lowest I can get is... Okay, so 7, I can go down all the way to 3, I guess. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, go all the way down to 3. 7, 6, 5, 4. Oh, no, to 4. 7, 6, 5, 4. Sorry. 7, 6, 5, 4 is the length 4. So if I did make these a 7-8 pair, these could be from 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. And so these would need to be a 1, 2, 3 triple exactly. Seems okay to me. Probably breaks in some complicated way. Oh, it's about 6. Chat points out it's about 6. Right. If 7 is the number on this, what does it need? The 7 needs to go with an 8 as one of the even numbers, and a 6 as the other even number. Or, alternatively, it could go with a 6 and a 4, but it always needs a 6. But the one that's an 8 also needs a 6. So if this is a 7-8 pair, I need to put 2 6s into this column, is chat's point. I can't do that. So in other words, these aren't 7. So we're getting close to knowing that they're a 3-8 pair, but we don't quite know that they're a 3-8 pair yet. But I now know that this digit can't appear on this Renban. And so this digit appears on this Renban. right? These numbers are too far apart. One of them is an 8, and one of them is a 1, 2, or a 3. They're much too far apart. So this digit can't repeat on its own Renban. It can't show up here, and it's too far apart to be there. So this orange shows up down here. Oops. This orange shows up down here, which is notable. And that's very interesting, because I think that's going to tell us it has to be the 8. But let me handle the Sudoku first, because there's a quad here that makes this a 9, which I don't think is at all relevant, but I'm going to fill it in. But I think if this were a 3, it would be a huge problem. So if this is a 3, I would have to put a 2-3 or a 1-3 down here. Sorry, a 2-3 or a 3-4 down here. And then, how is this going to work? Okay, so let's just imagine the world where this is a 3, because I think this is going to break immediately. Oh, no, it doesn't. Darn it. If this were a 1-2, then this could be a 4-5-6, couldn't it? Darn. I thought for sure that was going to be what it was going to do. But I don't think it does. This can't be the 9. So it is, I suppose, worth noting the 9 has to go on one of these. But I don't think that is too exciting. Oh, I see. Okay. I didn't retain my earlier point for long enough. So it is true that this breaks. So if this is a 3, remember the 8 has a 6 on it. So the 3 is not allowed to have a 6. So the two even numbers on the Renban with a 3 have to be 2 and 4. So whichever of these is a 3 or a 1, if it's a 1, it has to have a 2 and a 4 with it. But if this is the 3 now, it's got a 2 and a 4 with it in the column, but now where's the 3 going in the column? Nowhere. Because I can't put a 2 or a 4 here. So this isn't a 3, it is an 8, is the point. So this is not an 8. That's not an 8. Okay. So I know that this has a 6 on it and a 7. So this is not a 7. I know now that this 1 or 3 is down here by exactly the same logic. 1 and 3 are too far away from 8. So 1 and 3 hang out down here. 1 or 3, whichever this is, the 1 or the 3, it hangs out down here. Yeah, so this is from 1, 3, 2, 4. No? Wait, oh, right. Sorry. It's the orange that's down there, right? I said this right before, but then I said it wrong now. The 8, the orange, I should look at my own color marking. The 8 is what's down here. So these are from 7, 8, 9, sorry. And it's not 7, because there's a 7 up here. So these have to be an 8, 9 pair, in fact. So that makes these known. These are 5, 6, 7. This can't be a 5. So we've got all of that. And so now these are 1, 2, 3, 4. And so in particular, what that's telling me is that these two digits are the same digit. I can get rid of my orange coloring because it's not doing anything anymore. So these two have to be the same digit because this digit can't repeat on its own hoodoogie. By the way, this digit's not a 3 because it has a 1, 2, 3 triple in the box. That's been true for a long time. Oh, and this is a 1, 2, 3 triple in the row, too, while we're talking about triples. So that's a 4. Now, because this is a 5, 6, 7, I can't put an 8 or a 9 on here. So actually, these digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, and they definitely need to have a 2 and a 3 on them. Because no matter how I choose my digits from 1, 2, 3, 4, I always need a 2 and a 3. So there's a 2 and a 3 up here, is interesting to note. There's always an 8 and a 9 down here. Okay. So we are making progress, which is always exciting, especially in a Qodec puzzle. The 1, 3 has to be over here somewhere. I guess we know the purple 1, 3. Let's see, chat is suggesting that we pencil mark this cell. So this cell sees 4, 5, and 6 because it sees the entire green Renban. It's not 4, 5, or 6, and it's not 8 or 9. So this is 1, 2, 3, 7. Those are the only options for this cell. Okay. Is there a particular digit that's interesting to ask where it goes in this row? No. All right. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we've got a bunch of low digits out of this box. So that's going to restrict this. So this can't be less than 4. So this little itty-bitty Renban here, it needs to be strictly bigger than 4, because otherwise I'd put 4 digits less than 4 in the box. So this is ostensibly from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but it can't be 8 or 9. So this is all. So this Renban here is from 5, 6, 7. And so in particular, it's definitely claiming the 6 for the row. So there's no 6 here. Which is maybe will be useful later. But I think it's going to tell me something about what even number has to go over here, isn't it? Maybe? I can't use a 6 or an 8. So this little itty-bitty Renban now needs the 2 or the 4. Well, I guess here's an easy observation. The 6 is here, so the 6 isn't here. So the 6, yeah, that's not a 6. So one of these all is a 6. Maybe start with that and then work our way up towards more magical things. Maybe, possibly. So there's a 6 over in one of these cells, for whatever good that does. I'd love to somehow... Let's see. If this was a 1, 2, 3, it would force this to have a 4 on it. This just being a 4 in general is a little tricky. Okay, someone in chat says the right way to frame the thing I'm puzzling about, which is I need to put all of 1, 2, and 3 in this row. And there's no way to do that doesn't involve putting a 1, 2, or 3 on this Renban. So there's always a 1, 2, or 3 on this Renban, because there's only 2 other spots. And so this Renban's always from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so... what is that going to do for us? It's interesting. So this certainly can't ever accidentally be a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple in the row. So I either need to make sure I make this 3, 4, or make this a 7. One of those things has to be true. So if this is a 7, that forces green to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And in particular, that makes the 1, 2, and 3 in green appear in column 7. So there would be no 1, 2, 3s in here. So it would make yellow 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But that all seems okay, because I could just put the 8 and the 9 over here. That just makes those disjoint, which is fine. So never mind. I thought I was going to be able to disprove that, but I don't think we can. Okay. Okay. Chat is claiming this cannot be a 2. Let's explore that. So if this is a 2, then I have now ruled 2 out of both yellow and green completely. Because yellow can't have a 2 over here, and it now couldn't have a 2 here. And green couldn't have a 2 anywhere, because this cell sees the entirety of it. But that's a problem, because then I can't put 1 in either yellow or green. So this is never a 2. And the reason why that's great is because it now means there's definitely a 2 here. So there's no 4 here. So that makes this a 1, 2, 3 triple. And that now makes this a 7. Which means this isn't a 7. And these aren't 7. And now that's a 5, 6 pair. So now that's a 4. Okay, so we've got some amount of progress. Because now we know what these digits in green are, and we know what those digits in yellow are. Because now these digits in green, they don't include a 7. So they're 1, 2, 3, the 4 is already there, 5, 6. And so now green, I could just fill out the rest of the column. Sorry, yellow, I could just fill out the rest of the column. These are a 4, and an 8, and a 9. Okay, and if there's a 4, an 8, and a 9 in yellow, I know the rest. Because as soon as there's a 9 in yellow, then yellow is 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. And so these are 5, 6, 7. This isn't 5 or 6. And I know the 2 in the box is up here. But actually, that's a 1, 2, 3 triple now. So this isn't 1 or 3. This is 5 or 6. So we've got all of that going on. Let us see. Okay, so these digits, let me fill them in, because I think we're going to learn some interesting things here. Because these digits can't be 1, 2, 3. They could be 4, 5, 6, but they can't be 7, and they could be 8 or 9. But these, I know, are not 5 or 6. Questioning whether I think this can really be a 9. I guess if this is a 9, that would be an 8. Maybe that is plausible, on the edge of plausible. I know this length 4 Renban needs a 4, 5, or a 6 on it, and it can't have one from this box, because 4, 5, and 6 are gone in this box, which is an interesting situation to find ourselves in. So one of these is a 4, 5, or a 6. This cell is not a 9 or a 7. I realize now conflict checker isn't on for, this would probably help a little bit. Just a little bit, but hey, this isn't a 9 now. That's not a 7. These are apparently known not to be 4. So I know one of these two is 4. Interesting. This isn't a 4. This digit's actually somewhat limited. It's not 2, 7, 4, 8, or 9. So this digit's either 1, not 2, 3, not 4, 5, 6, not 7, 8, or 9. This is 1, 3, 5, or 6, which is not a really inspiring combination of candidates, I believe. So maybe that's not the place to look. Let's see. So, chat is posing a question of whether this cell can be 1, 2, 3. Because if this is 1, 2, 3, then now I have to ask what's going to happen with this Renban. And so in particular, it's going to need a 4 down here, at the very least. But I don't quite see it. What else is going on? Oh, the correct thing to do is to look at this cell, not that cell, or that cell. This cell is actually quite restricted because it sees 1, 2, 3, 4 in the row and 5, 6 in the box. So the point is this cell is 7, 8, or a 9. And so once that cell's known to be at least 7, the most you could go is 6, 5, 4. The lowest digit I can put on this is a 4. And so now, where's the last 1, 2, 3 in this row? It has to be over here. Because I can't put it with the 7, 8, 9. That's the point. That's the thing I had not pencil marked in my sort of go all over the grid rogue pencil marking things. And so this is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is an 8 or a 9 for the row. To finish out my 4, 8, 9 triple. Now, these can't be 8 or 9. But I need to have a 6, because no matter how this works, in order to have a length 4 Renban, it needs to have a 6, even if there's 9, 8, 7, 6. There's definitely a 6 in one of these two cells. Let's see. So one of those is a 6. And these numbers being here tells me one of these, or tells me the other even digit on this Renban is an 8, right? Because I can't put 2, 7, 8, 9s without putting an 8. And the 8 can't be in this box. So the other even is an 8. So the evens on this Renban are a 6 and an 8. Which is cool. And so then the question is, what are the odds? So one of them is definitely a 7. And And then the other is a 5 or a 9. Okay. Should I fill in this cell? This cell's also 7, 8, 9, right? Yeah, this cell is just also 7, 8, 9. Just by the box, I have a 7, 8, 9 left. I know one of these two is 7. And I know this Renban needs to have a 7 on it. And this can't be 8, because we said the 8's on the Renban already. So this is 7 or 9. And interestingly, if this is 7, that has to be 7, because I know there's a 7 on here. Yeah, this cell can't ever be 7, because it sees this cell, and so this is the Sudoku lingo. This cell sees these two cells, but also because digits can't repeat on the Renban, it also sees that cell. So this cell can't be a 7, 8, or a 9, and so this cell can only be a 5 or a 6, which gives us a surprise 5, 6 pair in the column. Let's look at box 1. That's an excellent point. So this 8, 9 in box 1 has to go here. But then there's another 8, 9 in box 1 that has to go over here that makes a pair with this 8, 9. And so it looks at this cell. This cell can't be a 9, because then there would be no room for a third 8, 9 in the column. So actually, this is always a 7. And so that's a 7. That's a 6. It's a 5 and a 6. This is not a 7. So no need to mark that anymore. This isn't a 6. Yeah, I know one of these is 8, 9. I don't know which one yet. But we are making good progress as we look at this. So there's a 7 over in one of these two cells. We are learning just by Sudokuing our way through this puzzle. Let's see. There's a 5 in one of those two cells. That 7 does something enormous that I did not immediately recognize. Which is to rule 8 and 9 off of this Renban. That's something you should always be looking at, is sort of like, this length 3 Renban, if it has an 8 or a 9, it needs a 7. But it can't have one, because the 7 in this box is gone, and now the 7 in this box is gone. So in fact, this can only be a 4. That's sweet. Okay, so this is not an 8 or a 9, it's a 5 or a 6. That gives us a 5, 6 pair in the box, so that's not a 5 or a 6, it's an 8 or a 9. This could maybe be a 3, making that 3, 4, 5. Or this could be the other 5, 6. So this is a 3, a 5, or a 6. Those are the only other options. There's probably a good reason why I know which one it is. Interestingly, if this is not a 1, I get a 3, 5, 6 triple in the column, which should probably make me suspicious. But I don't quite see any magic yet. Right. There's already a 4 in this box, so I have to be careful when I build this that I don't force the even on this Renban to be a 4. So, in particular, if this was a 3... No, that's fine. If this is a 3, that can be a 2. That's okay. Okay, let's look up at this little itty-bitty Renban. So... So here's the key thing to note. This digit, remember, it's in green because green is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sextuple. So this digit's over here. So this Renban sees both of these. So the even digit on this Renban is not 2 or 4. It's 6 or 8. And so these digits are immediately from 5, 6, 7, 8. It can't be 8, 9 because of the 8, 9 in the column. So these can only be from 5, 6, 7, 8. And this can't be 5, 6 because if this were 5, 6, that would rule 5, 6 out of these green cells. These would have to be a 5, 6 pair, which does not work. So these have to be from 6, 7, 8 only. There's always a 7. There we go. There's always a 7 on it. And so now that's not a 7. Gorgeous. Okay, so that's a 7. And now this has to be a 6. And so that's a 5. That's a 3. That's a 6. These aren't 6 anymore. That's not a 3. That's not a 6. That's not a 3. That's not a 3. Moving on up, as they say. Let's see. So now... now I know there's a 6 in these digits. I don't think I yet know, but I know what this triple is now, I guess. Let's fill in this triple. This triple is a 1, a 2, 3, 4, a 5. So these are 1, 2, 5. So in particular, that's not a 1 or a 2. That's a 3 and a 2 and a 1. And so now purple is 1. So now this Renban needs a 2 and a 3. They have to go in that order. That's a 2. Let's see. So these are not 1s. This isn't a 2. That's a 1, 5 pair, which makes that a 2. These aren't 1s. This digit is always a 6, 7, 8, or 9, I suppose. This 2 has placed the 2 on this little itty-bitty Renban. So this little itty-bitty Renban, its 2 goes there. So we've got that. So that's not a 2. One of these is a 2. Alrighty. This triple... It's not quite a triple, but it's almost a triple. It needs a 1. We've got a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 4, 8, 9 is fine. Let's see. This is a 3. That's not a 6. That's not a 6. Trying to make a little bit of sense of this this mess down here. There's probably some combination that I can see doesn't work if I squint at this. Let's see. Yeah, so let's look at the 8, 9. So I see this 8, 9 sees that 8, 9. That's why I wanted to sort of look at this. I don't really need this coloring anymore, I don't think. Or that coloring. So let's keep track of where this 8, 9 bounces around the grid and where this 8, 9 bounces around the grid. So the key thing is this 8, 9 and that 8, 9 are different. So I know that actually this 8, 9 and this 8, 9, those have to be the same because these are different. And so that one's also blue. And the benefit of doing this, aside from just being fun to color stuff, is that this cell sees both flavors of 8, 9 now, because that 8, 9 and that 8, 9 are actually not the same 8, 9. So this is not 8 or 9, it is 1 or 4. I don't know if that is going to do a lot. It might do, I don't know. Let's see. Do I know anything about 2s in this box? 2 in this box is getting pushed into a small number of places. Do I know 2 isn't on this length 3 Renban for some reason? I don't think I do. I mean, maybe, who knows, but I don't think so. Right. I have a 3 in this column that I'm not using. This 3 up here looks down and actually tells me that that's definitely a 3, so that's definitely a 5. And that's going to give us a 1 and a 5. Thank you, chat. So now there's the 5. So this could go 6, 4, or 3, 4. In order to make that work. That's not a 5. That is a 6 or a 7. This is a 4, 8, or a 9 by the row, but it's not an 8 or a 9 by the column. So this is actually a 4. So that is not a 4. These digits are a 1 and a something. Oh, I just know what this is by the column, because this is a 1, 3 pair now. So because that's a 1, 3 pair, 1, 2, 3, 4, this is a 5. And so this digit is the 1. These digits are an 8, 9, and a 2. No, an 8, 9, and a something. We'll figure it out. An 8, 9, and a 4. So we've got our 4 there. Okay. So now 1 is placed by Sudoku here. So we've got to ask ourselves, I suppose, if I think 1 could go on one of these. Here it would have to be 1, 2, 3. If this was a 1, 2, 3 triple, together with that 1, 2, 3 triple, it would make this a 1, 2, 3 triple. Does that immediately break for some reason? Yes, this would have to be a 1, this would have to be a 2 or a 3, and it can't be. So this can't be a 1, 2, 3 triple. Let me explain that carefully. If this was a 1, 2, 3 triple, it would pair up with that 1, 2, 3 triple. And then that collection of 1, 2, 3 triples would be placed by Sudoku here. But that doesn't work, because this would now need to be a 1, and this would need to be a 2 or a 3, and it couldn't be. So that means when I'm looking at where 1 goes in this column, it doesn't go here, because that would force this to be a 1, 2, 3 triple. So 1 either goes here or here in this box. So now the question is, could this be a 1 and a 2? And it can't be, because there's a given 2 there, funnily enough. So the given 2 breaks that. So actually the odd cell is a 1, making that a 4. These are none 4 sorts of digits. That's not a 4. So it is in fact orange 8, 9. This is a 4. So we have that figured out. So now there's a 4 up here somewhere, and it's not there by Sudoku. So there's a 4 in one of these 2 cells. If the 4 were here, this would need to be a 3 or a 5. Which I think it could be. I don't see a reason it couldn't be, at least. One of these Renban needs to have an 8, 9 on it, at least, because the red 8, 9s get pushed over here. I'm debating if I know for sure that any of these aren't 8 9s, but I don't think I do. Where is orange in this box is the question to ask. Orange in this box is placed onto this Renban, which makes orange 8, and makes this a 7-8 Renban. Makes those a 1-9. In particular, blue is 9. So we can de-highlight these things. So this is the last one. It is a 4. No, it's not a 4. Try again. It's a 6. Worked better that time. So there is no 6 down in this row. The rest of this row is 2, 3, 5, and 7, which is not immediately appealing. To sort of sort this out. 3, 4, 6, 4. Those are the options. Let's look at our 2. So 2 in this box, the question is, can 2 go in one of these 2 cells? So it would need to go 2, 3, 4. If this were a 2, that would need to be a 4. One of these 2 would have to be a 3. I don't see any nice way to see that breaks immediately. Oh, because the 4's up here. How did I know the 4's up there? Oh, right. Okay, right, okay. So yes, if there's a 2 on this Renban, there's a 4 on it, and this Renban doesn't have a 4 on it because there's a 4 in the row and a 4 in the column. That's the thing to observe. So there's no 2 on this Renban, so where is 2 in this box? If it can't go on any of the Renban, can't go there, the 2 is there, is the answer. So that gives us a 3 and a 2. Makes that not a 2. Makes that a 2. So this is a 3, 5, or a 7. In order to fix that bit of the world. I can't put a 3 on this Renban. I could put a 3 on this Renban if I put it here, but not if I put it there. So these digits are at least 6. Yeah, because this column is only missing 6, 7, 8, 9. So let's handle that. That's not a 7. And so if these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, that makes this from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's not 7 or 9. So what digit is definitely on here? If we're going from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we're length 3, that means there's definitely a 7 on it as the middle digit of this thing. And the 7's actually definitely in this column. Okay, that's going to do a huge amount, because it's going to do a bunch of things, because it's going to make that not a 7, which gives us a 3, 5 pair, which makes that a 7. But also that 7 sees this 6, which sees back up. This isn't a 6. So now these are from 7, 8, 9. I can't get down to 5 anymore because there's no room. These aren't 7 anymore. That 6 has sort of rolled into this box to give us that 5 and that 7. This isn't a 6, it's an 8 or a 9. So we have over here, let's see, we've used the 2. We might have used the 6 and the 8 up here, I guess. Let's see. There's not a lot of low digits in this row yet. Probably should make sure he puts some. At some point. Let's see. What is left in this column? Is that the question to ask? I don't think so. Doesn't sound like the question to ask. Okay. I'm going to fill in this column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So this is not a 3 and it's not a 4. This is a 6 or an 8. Those are the only things it can be. That gives us a 6-8 pair in the column, which means this isn't a 6 or an 8, which means this is a 3 or a 4. If this were a 3, this would have to be a 4, and that doesn't work. So this is a 4. So this is a 3 or a 5. Sure is. And so that being a 3 or a 5 gives me a 3-5 pair, which I'll look at in a second. But that 4 down there gives me a 3 and a 4. It gives us an 8-9 pair, makes that a 4. This is a 6, 8, 9, and it's not an 8. So this is a 6 or a 9. And it's not a 6 either. Okay, so this just is a 9, and an 8, and a 6, and a 9, and an 8, and an 8, and a 9, and an 8, and a 7, and an 8, and a 9, and a 7, and a 1, and a 9, and a 3, and a 1, and a 5, and a 3, and a 5, and a 3, and a 6, and a 5. And last but not least, we have a 6. Excellent puzzle. So thank you for joining us for the Renban tutorial. I will be doing another tutorial soon, so please look out for that. Also, Zach has specifically requested, since there was a puzzle with dance in the title, if he might be allowed to do a dance for the puzzle, so I will allow that. Woo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Alrighty. So I'll do an outro for the tutorial video, but then I will continue streaming. So if you're looking forward to having more puzzles, don't worry, there are more puzzles. Anyway, thank you for watching the tutorial video. I hope you had fun. There'll be more tutorials in the future. Again, there's always videos of all the streams on the channel, so if you want to go back and watch any of the old streams, watch some of my old Renban puzzle solves, or any of that sort of thing, that's all available on the channel. We stream every week. On Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. So go ahead and stop by. You can see the stream scheduled in advance. If you want to stop by and enjoy and chat, you should be able to do that. And I hope I'll see you there. Thank you very much. Alrighty, so now we still have plenty more Renban puzzles. So fear not, there are more Renban puzzles. And I actually really enjoyed doing this older classic puzzle. I might make this sort of a more regular feature, perhaps not, perhaps less connected to the tutorials. But I enjoyed doing this, so I think I'll probably try and dig up other classic puzzles that are fairly famous. And yes, thank you everyone in chat for your help through that one. Let's do this puzzle by bellsita / Isabella. So the rules mention in this puzzle mention entropic lines, but there's not actually entropic lines in this puzzle. Everything in this is a Renban. These Renban are just a different color than these Renban. So we can keep that in mind as we look through this. This is a really interesting structure. Let's see. I'll go grab a version of this just for chat. I'll grab a version of this that has the right rules. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Same puzzle, but now we don't have any distracting rules. All right. So, well, I guess I can fill in that this digit has to be a 3, because this is on a Renban with a 4, and there's a 5 in the box. So I believe this is a 3. We get to bring out Zach for the 3 dance. Woo boo da boo. Woo. Ba doo woo. Ba doo woo. Ba doo woo. Ba da ba da ba da. Ba da ba da ba da. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba ba. Ba ba. Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. So we've got our 3. I'll go ahead and pencil mark that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's not a 4. But we can sort of like, from first principles, think about what's got to be happening in this column. Which is that, and this is exactly as Jay suggests. I think I first saw this. I can't remember the name of the setter. This was even before I started streaming, so we're talking a long time ago. But I did a puzzle that had a similar thing where there were 3 stripes going horizontally of Renban in this box, 3 vertically here, 3 horizontally here. So it's sort of similar to this, where you had sort of like a bunch of length 3 Renban looking around. I can't remember the name of the setter. I know I've done several on stream that had a similar flavor to that by Clover. Anyway, the question is, what's going on in this column with the 1s? And the answer is, well, all of the 1s are on Renban. So all of the 1s have to be on 1, 2, 3 Renban. And so the point is, and this is Jay Dyer's point, the 1, 2, 3s have to be, the 1, 2, 3s are gone to take care of the 1s. So the point is, this can't have a 4 on it. So there's 3 1, 2, 3 Renbans. And so this is also a 1, 2, 3 Renban. And now what about the 4s? Well, there's no 1, 2, 3s left. And so the 4s have to go on 5, 6 Renbans. So this is a 5 or a 6. And likewise, of course, for 9s. So this Renban, the question is this a 1, 2, 3, a 4, 5, 6? No, it's not a 1, 2, 3 because it shares things with that. It's not a 4, 5, 6 because it shares with that. So this is a 7, 8, 9 Renban for sure. And so this is a 4, 5, 6 Renban because it sees, again, it shares 2 digits with a 1, 2, 3 and a 7, 8, 9. So this is a 4, 5, 6. And so that's a 6. This is not a 6. Those are a 4 and a 5. This can't be a 1, 2, 3 Renban, because if this were a 1, 2, 3 Renban, then what would happen? If this were a 1, 2, 3 Renban, then I would need to find a 1, 2, or 3 that was consecutive with a 5 or a 6. That doesn't work. So this is a 7, 8, 9. But now I need a 7, 8, 9 that is consecutive with a 5, 6. And so that's got to be 7 and 6. So that's a 5. And a 4 and a 5. These aren't 7. They are 8 and 9. And now for all of the above reasons and more, this has to be a 1, 2, 3. So that's the 1. These are a 2, 3. That's not a 7 anymore. This can't be the 4, 5, 6. So this has to be a 7, 8, 9. That's not a 7. So this is a 4, 5, 6, except that's the 5. These are a 4 and a 6, but that's the 4, and that's the 6. Like that. So we get to continue onward and upward through there. So that was all fun. Let's see. So I'm going to look at where 7, 8, 9s go in this box now. And the answer is the 7, 8, 9s don't go here. So in fact, at least 2 7, 8, 9s go on this Renban of length 6. So this Renban of length 6 has at least 7 and 8 on it. And so given that it has at least 7 and 8 on it, that means it also has a 6 on it, and also has a 5 on it, and also has a 4 on it. Because if it went 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, it would have all of those. And if it went 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, it would have all of those. Okay, but of course, lots of these things we know are not in some of the places. So these are not 4, 5, or 6. That's not a 5. So we should probably also center mark this for Playmaker, because Playmaker liked this pencil mark a lot. So this is from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is the point. There are no 1s, 2s, or 3s on it. So 1 and 2 are over here. And these cells are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. I see by the triple in the row that these cells are not 7, 8, or 9. And they're not 5 either. These are not 4, 5, or 6. Let's see. These aren't 3 because there's a 1, 2, 3 triple in the row. So if there is a 3, it's over down here somewhere. It was all for Playmaker. So this Renban we know has to have at least, well, same deal actually. This Renban is in exactly the same situation. Because this Renban also has at least 2 of 7, 8, 9 on it. And so we can pencil mark that this has so it has at least 2 of 7, 8, 9. That means it definitely has a 7 and 8, and a 5, and a 4, and a 3. Same, sorry, not in a 3. I missed a digit, and a 6. I'm not good at digits. The 5 is definitely up here, though. And the 4 and the 6 are up here. So, in fact, the 4, 5, and 6 actually all have to live up here. So this is actually a 4, 5, 6 triple. And so these are a 7 and 8 for sure. And either a 3 or a 9. Those are the options. Okay. So these digits are therefore, oh, these aren't 6. I don't know why I didn't mark that before, but those aren't 6 because the 6 is on this thing. These digits are from 1, 2, 3. Sorry, yeah, 1, 2, 3, not 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. 1, 2, 3, and 9 are the only things that can go there. These aren't 4 either. I did not do a good job of pencil marking this earlier. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to blame Playmaker for that or not, but I think it could be. This is not a 1, 2, or a 3, however, so it is a 9. And so that's going to strip 9 out of all of these. And so now that's a 3, 7, 8, so that's going to strip 3 out of those. And so this is a 1, 2, and so this is a 1, 2, or 3, but it's not a 3, so this is a 1 or a 2 as well. So this cell here is a 7, 8, or a 9 to finish the box, but it's not a 9, so it's a 7 or an 8. By the way, this 9 knocked 9 out of these. And that 9 has placed 9 onto this Renban. So now this Renban does have a 9. And so because it has a 9, it doesn't have a 3 anymore. And so this Renban's exact contents are known. And so I don't know why that was ever marked 7, 8, but whatever. These are a 1, 2, 3 triple. I can get rid of some of the corner marks. Get rid of the 4s, the 5s, the 6s, the 7s, the 8s, the 5s. This is now just a regular old sextuple, like we know and love. Bye, Playmaker! So I have a 4, 5, 6 triple in the column, randomly for some reason. These things happen, I suppose. So this isn't a 4, 5, or a 6. It is a 7, 8, or a 9. That gives me a 7, 8, 9 triple in the box. So these aren't 7, 8, or 9. They are 4, 5, and 6. That gives me a 4, 5, 6 triple in the box, but I already had that, so it doesn't do anything. Let's see. These digits down here are not 3, 4, 5, or 6. Or 7, 8, actually. I actually know almost exactly what they are. These digits down here are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I cannot possibly put a 9 here. Because if I put a 9 here, this is going to need to go 7, 8, and it's then going to break that cell. So that's not a 9. So that's a 1, 2 pair, which makes that a 9. It means that's not a 9. It's a 7 or an 8. Yeah, it's a 7 or an 8. So that's actually very interesting, because this can't be a 1, 2, or a 3, but the highest I can get on a 1, 2, on a Renban that has a 1 or a 2 on it is a 4. So this is not a 1, 2, or a 3, so it is a 4. And now that means this can't be a 1. It's got to be a 2 and a 3. And so that's a 1 and a 2. That's just gorgeous. So that's a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 4. This is a very pretty puzzle so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are from 6, 7, 8. Well, that's the 6, because it can't be 7, 8, 9. So that's the 6. This is the other 7, 8. The other 7, 8. Like that. That 2 looks up, which gives me a 3 and a 2, which gives me a 1 and a 3. This 2 looks up, which gives me a 2 there. These are less 2 than they were before. This has somehow become not a 4. Oh, it's because of that 4. So that will give me a 6 and a 5 and a 6. So these are not 6, because there's a 6 in the box. Got it. So this row, it's got what needs a 1. It's got a 2. It needs a 3. It needs a 4. It needs a 5. No, it doesn't need a 5. There was a given 5. But then it's got a 6, 7, 8, and 9. So this digit's only a 3, and so that's a 1 and a 3 and a 4 to finish all of that. These cells are now quite constrained, I believe. This isn't a 3 anymore. Sorry, it's not a 3. These cells are quite constrained because they're not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 6. So this is 6, 7, 8, 9, but it's not a 9. That gives me a 7, 8, 9 triple in this row. So these are a 1, 2 pair, and I know the order because of that 2. So that's a 1 and a 2. These are a 7, 8, 9 to finish the box. That one's not a 9. But that's a 7, 8, 9 triple for the row, which makes that a 6. I guess there was also a 7, 8, 9 triple in the box, so I could really have taken my pick on that one in order to sort that out. Okay, this digit is at least a 6, because it's not a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So this is a 6, 7, 8, 9. So that makes this digit a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's not a 6, though. That one's not a 9. So therefore, 1 in this box needs to go over here. Oh, this can't be a 9 because there's an 8, 9 in the box. So this can't be a 9 because I can't put 8, 9 on this. So we've got all of that. Let's see. Let's look at this box. So these are not 1. They could be 2. They're not 3. They could be 4. They're not 5 or 6 or 7. And they could be 8 or 9. But this one I know is not 8 or 9 because it sees 8, 9 in the row. This one I know is not 2 because it sees 2 in the row. This one I know it's not 4 because it sees 4 in the row. So if this were a 2, this would need to be a 1 or a 3, and it can't be because there's a 1 and a 3 in the column already. So this is an 8 or a 9, which then does the job of making that 4 and that 2. This is a 7 or an 8 because there's already a 9. But that gives us a 7, 8 pair. This is so smooth. This is like butter. That's a 7, 8 pair in the column, so that makes that a 6 and that a 7 by Renbanosity. So that's a 7. So that is an 8 and a 9 and a 7. That is not a 7. This is an 8. So that is a 9 and an 8 and an 8 and a 9 and a 7. And that can only be an 8 by Renbanosity, so that's a 7 and an 8 and a 9 and a 7. So that 8 makes that a 7. So that not a 7. Okay. So now we have a 3 needs to go in one of these cells, but I don't know where. Oh, I should fill in these two. A 3 needs to go in one of these. 4, 5 needs to go in one of these, and it's that one, so the 3 goes in that one. I need a 1 in one of these two. 5. And a 6 in one of these two, so that's the 6, and that's the 1. Oh, I forgot a bet cell. Oh, I'm always bad at sort of changing gears after the thing. So you can put a betting tree there, and guess what that digit will be. If you are, I'll be very impressed. This digit's a 4 or a 5, but it's not a 5. So it's a 4 and a 5 and a 4. Got to avoid the betting tree now. So these are a 2 and a 7, and I know the order. These are a 1, which goes there, and a 3, which goes there. So that does the 8 and the 3. That does the 9 and the 8. By the column, this is a 5. And then by the box, we finish the puzzle, and that is a 9. I picked a good betting tree because I filled it last. Excellent, excellent puzzle. I enjoyed that right. Very smooth. Alrighty, let's see. I have one more Renban puzzle reserved for my my Renban day. So this is a Renban puzzle that also mixes in black dots, which are assuredly the second best of vanilla Sudoku mechanics. So this is a puzzle which is by Joseph Nehme that combines the two best Sudoku mechanics. So what more could you want? So here's a trick I didn't get a chance to go over in the tutorial. By the way, I'm going to throw a tree there. Which is that whenever you see this, there are what's called roping. And so basically the trick is to ask yourself, where does this string of yellow digits go in box 8? And so it can't repeat here. So the yellow digits have to go there. And so then the yellow digits in this box go here. And now we play a similar game with these. So these green digits, they have to go down there. And now the green digits go up here. And so now all of these, the things colored white, I could go ahead and give them a Neapolitan kind of color. But the cool thing is now, these dot strings are entirely on a length 6 Renban. So they have to be in total 6 apart at most. And then this one is entirely off of that Renban. Okay, so what does that tell me? Well, for example, this can't possibly be 4, 8, because I know that 4, 5, and 6 are automatically on this Renban by virtue of it being length 6, and they see this dot. So this cannot have a 4, 5, or a 6 on it. And so what is this Renban? Well, what is this black dot? Sorry. They can normally only be from 1, 2, 4, 8, 3, 6, but we've just said they can't be 4 or 6. But if you can't be a 4, you can't be an 8, and if you can't be a 6, you can't be a 3, and so this is actually a 1, 2 pair. And so now I come over here and say, okay, well, what are these? Well, normally they would be from 1, 2, 4, 8, 3, 6, but 1 and 2 are red. So 1 and 2 are not on here. And so these are a 3, 4 and a 6, 8. That's the only option. And so we actually get this giant thing. And so that means that my length, whatever Renban, and this is going to buy us a digit, my length 6 Renban actually has to go from 3 to 8. So it has to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gorgeous. So this cell sees a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, 7, and an 8. So this cell is a 9. And we get to do the 9 dance. Woo! 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 Thank you, Zachary. Thank you very much. We have our we have a beautiful collection of digits here. So we've got some 1, 2, 9s going on here. And that means we now know what this pair is. This pair is now the other things. So it's not 3, 4. So this is a 5 and a 7. And so now we ask, where does the 5 go on this length 5 Renban? Because as we learned earlier, length 5 Renban always have a 5. And the answer is exactly there. And now there is no 7 on this length 5 Renban. And so that means that no matter what, there has to be a 4 and a 3. Because the best now I go 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. So there's always a 4 and a 3 on this now, I think is the moral of the story. Oh, and a 2, right, and a 2. Sorry, I convinced myself there didn't have to be a 2, but no, there does have to be a 2. That is correct. Even though I did not do that very well. Okay, this is a length 5 Renban. We now know where its 5 goes. So now the 5 in this box goes up here somewhere. So interestingly, this can't be a 2, 4 anymore. So let me write down what the options for this thing are. Do I want to do that? Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe that's too much. That might be asking too much. Okay. If this is a 4, 8, does it break this length 3 Renban? I think it does. Yes, it does. If this is a 4, 8, well... Oh, no, this could be 5, 6, 7? If this is a 4, 8? Is there something wrong with this being 4, 8 if this was being 5, 6, 7? Quite. That's a smart point from Garion. Garion points out that now I should ask where this 5 goes in this box, and it always goes over here. So this Renban does have a 5 on it. And so this can't be 3, 6. Because if this is 3, 6 now, then this Renban would have to be 4, 5, 4 or something like that, which is not going to work because of the 5 over here. That's very cute. Okay. So that means it's exactly the thing I was trying to prove it wasn't. It's a 4, 8 with a 5, 6, 7. And so these are a 3, 6. Got it. Okay, so those are 3, 6. So this is from 1, 2, 4, 8. For sure. And it can't be 2, 4. So this is from 1, 2, 4, 8, because it sees the 3, 6. But if it were 2, 4, I'd need to put both 2 and 4 in that cell. So the only options are that this is 1, 2, or that this is 4, 8. But I see a way to disambiguate it, because whereas 9 in this box, 9 can't go on this Renban. And so 9 in this box needs to go here. Because it can't go there either. Whereas 8 in this box, well, this Renban can't have an 8, because again, remember, it doesn't have a 7. So the 8 has to go over here. So that does it, because now remember this Renban needs a 4, but the 4 lives there now, because it can't live here. And so now this is just a triple. I'm sorry to be dismissive if you like that Renban. You're more than just a triple. It's a 1, 2, 3. So that 1, 2, 3 looks down there, making that a 9, making these less 9 than they were previously. And so now this is going to be a triple. So this is a 1, a 2, and a 7. 1, 2, and 7. And there's a 7 on this Renban. Or sorry, there's a 7 in these two cells. Okay. So this is fascinating, actually, if you look at this cell. because this cell can't be 1, 2, or a 3, which means this Renban, it has to be actually from 6, 7, 8, 9, because it can't involve a 4 or a 5. It can't have digits that are less than 4, so they have to all be bigger than 4, but it can't have a 7, so this has to be 8, 9 exactly, and we know the order. That's gorgeous. So we now ask about where's the 3 in this box? The 3 in this box has to be over here somewhere. And where's the 6 in this box? The 6 in this box is exactly here. As many people in chat were pointing out. Not too surprisingly. So this is either 6, 7, or it's small. Oh, I know. This Renban doesn't have a 4 on it anymore. That's the point. This is a length 5 Renban with no 4. So, because of that 4. So this is a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad. And so that makes these digits 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't know why I implied I was going to keep going. It's just 1, 2, 3. There's nothing more to it than that. These are 1, 2, 3. So that's pretty cool. So now this digit, well, this can't be a 3 because that would have to be a 6. And there's already a 6 there. So this is a 1 or a 2, and so this is a 1, 2, or 4. Except that there's a 1, 2 pair in the column already, so this is the 4, and that's the 2. These aren't 2. They're a 1, 3 pair now. This is a 1, 2, or a 3 by the column. So now what's this Renban? And so this Renban can't consist of digits that are bigger than 5. Because it consisted of digits that were bigger than 5, it would consist of 2 digits that were bigger than 5. And then I would have a 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple in my box. That's not going to work. So these are only digits less than 5, and hence also less than 4. So these are from 1, 2, 3. One of them's a 2. So that tells me a number of things. One is that that's not a 2. But the other is I have a 1, 2, 3 triple here, which looks at this digit, making this digit a 7. I love this puzzle. That's a 1, 3 pair. That means this is not a 1 or a 7, so it's a 2. So that's a 1 and a 2. My 2 over here looks down and makes a 1 and a 2. So now we can play the Qodec game from earlier and ask what the even digit is on this Renban. Oh, I guess, no, it can't be 6. Oh, no, sorry, it could be 6. Never mind. I recant my claim that I was going to do that. So let's look at this cell. So this cell is on a black dot, and it's not 4 or 8, or sorry, it's not going to be an 8, 4 black dot. But if this was a 1, 2, 4, 8 sort of number, it would be an 8, but then this would be a 4, and that would break that cell. So this is a 3, 6. Thank you, More Crabs, for pointing that out to me. And if that's a 3, 6, this now has to be 7, 8, 9, because it can't be 1, 2, that's not enough numbers, and it can't be 4, 5, that's not enough numbers. So this is a 7, 8, 9 exactly. This is not a 6 or a 7 anymore, so it's a 5. This is not an 8 anymore, so it's a 4, and that's an 8. These are 5. This isn't a 3 anymore. This cell is now a 1 or a 2 only by the row. So this is a 1, 2, or 3. Notably. Let's see. So now, because of the 3, 6, that actually puts a lot of pressure on what these can be as well. So these can't be 1, 2. They could be 4, 5. And I think there's also the possibility that these are from 7, 8, 9. Annoyingly. Yeah, I'm not going to mark it, but this is getting very close to being dictated to us completely. There is a 2 in one of these cells. Let's see. What are the digits up here? They're not... Yeah, so... Why did I not do this before? Literally, while I was making this argument about this Renban, I could have made exactly the same argument about this Renban. It can't be bigger than 5, because these would need to be from 6, 7, 8, 9, and I'd have a quintuple. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, but they don't include a 2, which means the even number on this Renban is a 4, which means that that it's a 3, 4. And so this is a 1, 2. This is the last 6, 7, 8, 9. But it's not an 8 or a 9, so it's a 6 or a 7. But this digit is the last digit in this quad. But this digit is also the last digit in this quad, so this isn't an 8 or a 9. That's a really complicated way of saying that this is not an 8 or a 9. This is not a 9, by the way, because there's a 9 in the column. Fun fact. 9 in this box is actually in only one of 2 places. Interestingly enough. Oh, and 9 in this box is placed, so that's even more interesting if you're into that kind of thing, because 9 in this box just is here. This 1-2 pair looks at that and makes that a 3 and a 1. That 9 looks down and saves us from that being a 9, so that's a 9. Good. I had guessed that this was not going to involve a 9, but who knows. Where's the 8 in this row? Well, it's there, because 8 is the last digit inside this thing. Apparently, I never turned check pencil marks on again, because I now see that that's a 3, and a 7, and a 6, and a 3. These aren't 7. These aren't 6. So that's 7, 8, 9. So that's a 6, because it's the same digit as the other one, and the other one was a 6. These digits are a 1, 4, 5, and a 7. That one's not a 7. That one's not a 1, apparently. This isn't a 3 or 4. This isn't a 3 or 6. This isn't a 6, 7, or 8. All good things. So... Oh, wow, It's interesting that I'm going to be able to disambiguate this at all, actually, when you think about it. But, I mean, I'm sure I am. Okay, so this cell is not 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this cell can only be 3, 4, or 5. Those are the only options. So this is 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6. That's a lot, but it's not 2 or 6 at least. Yeah, it's not 2 or 5. It might be 6. If it's 6, that's 5. All right, this Renban is now forced, per Tom in chat. Thank you, Tom. We were worried about this Renban being big, but we now have we've done enough damage now that it can't be big, because 8 is the only big digit left. And it can't be small because there's a 2 over there. So it's got to be 4, 5, and it has to be in that order. So I guess I should fill in that's a 7, therefore. This is not a 7 anymore. This is a triple. It consists of a 1, a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8. None of those are 8, so therefore that one is 8. These cells are not 4 or 8. That's not 5 or 7. So this down here is a 6 or an 8. This is a 1, 5, or a 7, but it's not a 1, actually. So this is only a 5 or a 7, placing the 1 in the column, making that a 5. I guess I could have looked at this through the 1-2 pair. That would have been the sensible way to do that thing I just did, but whatever. This is now only a 3 or a 4, so that's not a 6. So the 3 and the 4 are different colors. That is a thing we have learned. So that's not a 5. Ah, there's a 3-4 pair in this column now, so this isn't a 3 or a 4. It's a 6, 7, or an 8. There have been so many surprise pair and triples in this puzzle. I always love that. There's a 1-2 pair, speaking of, looking down at this 9. Or this digit that was soon to become a 9. Was destined the whole time. Now there's a 1-2 pair, making that a 3 and that a 2. So that's a 1 and a 2. and a 1 and a 2. This 3 looks up, making that a 4 and a 3, and a 4 and a 3. And so now 4 is yellow, so that's the 4 and that's the 8. 3 is green, so that's the 3 and that's the 6. Per our roping from earlier. We've got lots of Sudoku damage doable over here now, so that's a 4 and a 6 and an 8. And then we've just got a 5, 7 over there. These are, let's see, okay, so we can do, let's see, these aren't 4 or 8, because 8 is, no, sorry, they aren't 6 or 3. No, 3 is green. Okay, 3 is green. We know where it goes, right? 3 is green. It needs to go in green. 3 is placed. It needs to go there. By the roping argument, again, from earlier, we know these sets of green cells are the same. So we know one of these is an 8, for example. I know one of these two is a 6, and it's not that one. So that one's the 6. So this is a 5 or a 7. Let's see. There's a 7, 8, 9 triple in this column. I'm a little hesitant to look at that for reasons that will be clear to you if you watch the stream. This is a 1. So that's a 2 and a 3. 2 looks over. That's a 1 and a 2. So let's see. Let's fill in these cells. That might be a little safer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this is not a 4 or an 8. It's 5 or a 7. That makes us a 5, 7 pair. And this is not an 8 either, so that is a 4. The 5, 7 pair, it looks up and makes that an 8 while we're doing things that aren't things. So that's a 4. Okay, so this digit is not 1, 2, 3, 4. Could be a 5, except it can't because there's a 5 in the row. Could be a 6, except it can't because there's 1 there. So this is a 7, 8, or 9, but it's not an 8 or a 9. It's a 7, specifically. And so that is going to be the thing that fixes everything. 5, 7, 8, 5, 5, 7, 5, 7. 6, 7. It was a good and clean way to do it without giving away any spoilers for anyone who's eager to find out the bet cell. I'm sure everyone just immediately logs off when once they learn what the bet cell is, because that was probably the whole reason they were watching. So we like to leave it to the end. The bet cell this time is a 1. That was a wonderful puzzle. I absolutely loved that. So congratulations from Zach and I to those of you who bet 1. That was just a delight. This is just the perfect testament to why Renban and black dots are the best Sudoku mechanics. It's like Renban, black dots, and others. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to have a look at the most voted on puzzle in the bucket and see if it looks like something I can do in 55 minutes. And if it doesn't look like something I can do in 55 minutes, then I'll do something else with lots of votes from the bucket, and we'll do the most voted on one next time. So I will be right back. I need to get a drink, find out a puzzle, and I'll be back. format. There we go. Alrighty, welcome back. So the most voted on puzzle in the bucket presently is a Qodec sandwich ambiguity puzzle, which I don't know that I could finish in the allotted time. So we'll definitely do that one next time. And whatever the next most voted on puzzle is. Sometimes on tutorial days we postpone the bucket and then we do 2 bucket puzzles the next time. Don't worry. Those of you who support the channel, you get your votes worth. By the way, there's a lot of very tight stuff at the top. So if you are a member with voting privileges and you haven't voted recently, I recommend you do it. Or if you're considering becoming a member and supporting the channel, for only $10 a month, you can support the channel at the windmill level, and then you can vote on what puzzles I do. And that is cool. And you can become a supporter of the channel for as little as $5 a month if you're interested by clicking the join button down below. But anyway, Kuraban pointed out that there are more Renban puzzles, so I'm going to do another Renban puzzle to wrap up the stream. That is the moral of the story. Alrighty. This looks quite a bit different. I love this shape for whatever reason. I don't know, it speaks to me. So we probably want to be playing the Where Are Fives on Length 5 Renbans game. The home edition. So how many Length 5 Renbans do we have? We have 1, 2... Okay, I'm going to color them just so that we can refer to them. Because otherwise... By the way, Kuraban, do you have a good bet cell? This will be green. This will be yellow. This will be blue. This will be red, I guess. Oh, that looks horrible. Gray, I guess. 2, 3, 4, 5. Other gray. Orange is probably fine. Yeah, orange is fine. And let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Black for now. I probably won't keep it, but I wanted to be able to count these, and there was no way I was going to be able to do it without coloring them. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I count that is 7 length 5 Renban. Do people agree that is 7 length 5 Renban? We have a betting tree here, by the way, if you are interested in the betting tree. So that's very interesting, because I think we have 7, and we already have 1 5 that's not on a length 5 Renban. And every one of the length 5 Renban needs its own 5. So we only get to put 1 5 in this entire puzzle, not on a length 5 Renban. And that 5... No, sorry, I was going to say something wrong. So yes, so we only get 1 5. I think I can get rid of the coloring. But only 1 5 gets to be not on a length 5 Renban, which is very interesting. Okay, so that's gotta be the break-in, but I don't see how to use it yet. I feel like I need 1 5. The 1 and 9 in this box are both on Renban, so one of these Renban is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of them is a 6, 7, 8, 9. It's true. Does chat hate this, though? I figured chat might find this distasteful as a just colored mess, but I agree with Chameleon that it's very nice for letting chat refer to which Renban they're talking about, because the Renban are kind of fast and heavy in this particular puzzle. Let's see. We could draw colored lines over them. That is a good idea. Let's draw colored lines over them. So this one can be the green Renban. This one can be the pink Renban, which will be indistinguishable from regular Renban. This one can be the orange Renban. This one can be the red Renban, which will not look the best, but this isn't an art competition. We'll make this one yellow. This one can be blue. This already looks less nauseating. This can be light gray. This can be dark gray. And this can be black. Okay, so there we go. Yes, we have to make the top one both a German Whispers and a Renban. It is a good luck making your length 5 German Whisper Renban. Not all the colors are perfect, but I think this is viewable, hopefully. Okay. Where is the 5? Like, I have to be able to figure that out, right? Where there's exactly 1 5 that's not on one of these Renban. I feel like it's got to be something like the observation is that this Renban has to have a 5 on it as well for a reason that is to be determined. Is that possible? What if this does not have a 5 on it? Is there something that goes wrong? Oh, right, okay. Jenna has it. I was trying to do something like this before, but Jenna has spotted it perfectly. The 5 that's not on a Renban needs to be in length 1 or in row 1 or 2, because the point is row 1 and 2 only have the green Renban. So there's a 5 up here that is not on one of these Renban. Every other 5 in the entire grid is on a length 5 Renban. And in particular, this length 4 Renban does not have a 5 on it. So this length 4 Renban is either all high or all low. So let's see what we can do with our magic 5s. So we know the row 3 one. Yeah, so we need to look for rows where we can sort of batch these things together, right? Right. So where is the 5 in row 8? The 5 in row 8 has to be on this Renban. It has to be in one of those 2 cells. And then the 5 in the row above it has to be in one of these 2 cells. So let's start there. So I'll go ahead and make these yellow and corner mark that one of these has to be a 5. I'm going to switch the yellow and blue lines. Yes, I can switch the yellow and blue lines. That's not a problem. Can make this a yellow line. And make this a blue line. Okay, so one of those is a 5. And so now when I look at this next row, I know that one of these 2 is a 5. So we'll make that orange, I guess, to mark one of those 2 as a 5. Row 8, column 1 can't be a 5 because there are 9 5s in the grid. 7 of them have to be on these Renban that are length 5. One of them is here, and the other one has to be in row 1 and 2 because I can only put one Renban or 1 5 on a Renban in row 1 and 2. So that's why we're sort of carefully working our way up here. So we're getting closer. So that can't be a 5 for sure. So if the Renban if the 5 in this row isn't on red, then we're done with these, I guess. Okay, so in... Right. The column 3 Renban is... right, okay, right. Beautiful. Okay, good spot. So one of these has to be the 5 for this box, because the 5 in this box is in a Renban. These are the only places it can go. So this can't be a 5. So the 5 in this row, and this can't be a 5 because this Renban already has a 5. So the 5 in this row, and this is a little preposterous, is in one of these cells. Oh, well, it's not on the one that has a 5 in the column already. But the point is, now, between the orange and the green 5, I've definitely put the 5 on the white and the yellow line. So in this row, I don't have to put 5s there. Oh, I missed row 6, column 6. I did. So now in this row, my 5 is going, I guess, on either this blue line or on one of these two pieces of the red line. Oh, but I know how we're going to decide which. I got a digit. Okay. So one of those is a 5. Oh, no, I thought I had a digit. We don't have a digit. Okay, so what about this row? Well, this row, I know that can't be a 5. So this is a 5, or that's a 5, or that's a 5, or that's a 5, or that's a 5. So all of these are possible, I think. We're going to just keep crawling our way up here. We're going to go back to yellow. One of these is a 5. But a thing I noticed is that means one of these two is definitely a 5. Which means that the 5 in this box is definitely up here. Let's see. Chameleon points out that this can't be a 5 because the 5 in row 7 is either on its line or it's right below it. So this actually can't be a 5. We can D5ify that. When I'm done, this kuraban is going to tell me that this was not at all the intended approach to this puzzle, and I am going to be shocked, but that is these things are possible. But I feel like this has to be it. So we know that these two are taken care of between the orange row and the green row. So purple and yellow aren't quite taken. Yeah, so we need another row. So this is going to be orange row number 2. Is going to be one of these. So right. Okay, so Carl has an excellent point, which is that I need to put the 5 on this Renban. It needs to go in the top 2 rows, because otherwise I've put too many 5s not in the top rows. So it's not there. This 5 from this column looks up there, and this 5 from this column looks up there. So actually the 5 on this Renban is in box 2. So this is not a 5. That is a great spot to Carl. Very cool. And now, all of the places that I can put a 5 on this Renban are in row 4. So these can't be 5s. Because I need a 5 on here, and it's got it. This row is the only place it can be. Okay. So now... yeah, so now between these two... oh! Now the 5 in box 6 is placed. Because now the 5 in box 6 just is here. And we get a digit. It is a 5 dance. That is the big risk. By the way, I should say there are downsides with Renban puzzles, and one of the downsides is often you end up dancing for 5s. It is a risk. 5 times. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Alrighty, so these are not 5. And we can get rid of green. Because I feel like this puzzle has hit the more color than Zeta can handle threshold, which is a lot. This Renban now needs a 5, which has to go there. Which means that's not a 5. Which means this is a 5. So we have placed several of those. Okay. So that's a lot of 5s. Wait, the 5 in this box is in this column. So that's not a 5 anymore. That 5 looks up, which places that 5. Apologies to the person who bet that the betting tree was going to be a 5. So these aren't 5. And we have a little Jovi wing on 5s. Little Jovi wing. Okay. Oh, but now the 5 in row 3 is spoken for. The 5 in row 3 has to go here. And that's going to fix the Jovi wing, because now this can't be a 5. Oops, sorry, not that. That thing is a 5. It is a 5. Thank you. So this can't be a 5 anymore. So now that's a 5. So now that can't be a 5 anymore, so that's a 5. Okay. So these aren't 5s. And so our 5 over here is there. That was the giant pain 5 that was made everything a nightmare. Okay. So what is left in this box? Let's fill that in, because this box doesn't have that much left. We've got a 1 and a 2. We need a 3, 4. We've got a 5. We need a 6 and a 7. This is not 3 or 6, interestingly. That's not 7. Wait. I removed the wrong digit. These aren't 7. This isn't 3 or 6. Okay. Intriguing. This row, I guess, is also quite restricted. Let's fill in the row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. This is not a 7. So there's an 8 on one of these many Renbans. It's beautifully set up, so all of these Renban sort of don't quite have anything that looks at them completely in a way that is immediately determinable. Let's see. Let's see. Isabella asks where 1 in row 6 is. So it's not there. I think it's either there or there or there. Okay, why is it... Okay, how do I know this is not... I know it's not on a Renban with a 6. Oh, right. That's the point. The 7 in box... Okay, I completely missed the point. The point of all of this is that the 7 in box 6 is on this Renban. So, at most, this goes 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. So, annoyingly, that's still possible, but it doesn't have a 1 on it for sure. So there's no 1 here, no 1 here. So the 1 in this row is in one of these 2 cells. So one of these has a bunch of low digits. Hey, Math Pesto. Well, sorry you could only make the end, but I hope you had a good day anyway. There does need to be a 6 on this Renban to go with the 7, and so the 6 is either going to go there or there. Those are the only places it can go. Where is 7? There we go. Where's 7 in this box? Oh, no, it can go there. Darn it. The gray Renban needs a 7. Which gray Renban? This gray Renban? Why does it need a 7? Oh, light gray. Yes. Okay, right. Got it. This light gray. Okay. Gorgeous spot. This 2 sees these 3 cells. And so this Renban doesn't have a 2, so it doesn't have a 1 either. And so it is at least 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it needs to have a 7 on it. And so no matter where the 7 is, of course, it's in this row. In fact, actually, the 7 can't be there. So the 7 is in this box. And so that looks over at that 7, which places this 7 to do that. Very good spot to J there. So these aren't 7s. Row 4, column 2 isn't 2, 3, or 4. Oh, okay, so this... So this number here is not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, because there's a 1 in the box, there's a 2, a 4, and a 5 in the column, and a 3 in the box. So this number here is actually a 6 or a 9. Those are actually the only options for this digit per more crabs. So no 1 can go here, because if there's a 1, this would go only up to 5, and that's just not possible. So the 1 in this box needs to go here only, which is going to make this a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Renban. So these aren't 6. That is 6. And that's a 2 in order to make that all work out. So these aren't 2. And so the rest of this row we should fill in is 2. Oh, sorry. Let me just... I know where the 2 goes. The 2 can't go here. There's a 2 in this box. So the 2 is there. That's good to know about, because it's going to get rid of an 8. In fact, let's just do that now before we do any more. 2 and 8 are too far apart, so that's a 4. That's an 8. This is a 6 or a 9 to finish the row. This Renban needs a 3, and it can't go there because there's a 3 in the box, so the 3 goes there. And now this is a 1 or a 6, but it's not a 6, so it's a 1. That given 6 has sorted out the 6 and the 9. And I probably can solve the last one. That's a 7 in order to make this Renban do Renban things. This is a triple now. The triple is that it's a 7, a 3, and an 8. And that one's not a 7. This is a 3 or an 8. Well, 3 is... Maybe 3 will work. Will 3 work? If this was a 3, yeah, this could be a 3 and a 4. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Or this could be an 8, and then a 9 or a 4. Okay, so there's a few options there. This is a pair, though. That's probably more restricted, especially since that's the 4 in the pair. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so now this Renban has a 9 on it, so it definitely doesn't have a 3 on it. That's a 7, 8 pair, which makes that the 3, which does make that the 4. And now this Renban, at long last, we know what it is. At long last, this Renban, which we knew did not have a 5, so it was either 1, 2, 3, 4 or 6, 7, 8, 9. It now is officially 6, 7, 8, 9. Which beautifully makes that a naked 9, and that a naked 8. And this is 6, 7 pair. So this digit is not 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, or 4. So this is 1, 2, or 3 only. In fact, all of these digits are from 1, 2, 3 only. That one's not a 2, though. So one of these is a 2. I can record for posterity. So, oh, there's a pair up here. What's the pair up here? Oh, it's a 2, which goes there. And a last digit, which is a 4, which is not the most useful number to place on a Renban that you already know has a 5 on it. But we will do our best to persevere even through setter-induced adversity. Let's see. Let's pencil mark the bottom of column 2. That's a good idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's too many digits. Oh, no 4. There's already a 4 there. Okay, so neither of these is an 8. So these are 1 or... So this is 1 or 7. Is it possible that this is a 7? Unfortunately, I think so. Let's see. If this was a 1, this would need to be a 2, 3 pair, which looks possible. If this were a 7, this would need to be a 6. And a 3, that looks possible. Oh, no, this can't be a 6 because there's a 6, 7 pair. Right, so this can't be a 7, because if this were a 7, this would have to be a 6, and it can't be. So that's a 1, and that's a 7. So that's not a 1, so this is a 2, 3 pair. So now we get to fill out the rest of this box. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 2 or 3, though, so those are 6 or 9. So this isn't 6 or 9. This is 2 or 3. So that's a 1, 2, 3 triple across the across row 9. So these are a 4 and a 6. Sure. Yes, the 6, 7 pair in row 8 looks left. Thank you, Josh. So that's a 9 and a 6. Let's see. Do I want to fill out this? Probably. I want to distract people from the fact that the tree might be discoverable. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that is not a 9. That's not a 2 or a 7. I hit the wrong buttons, though. It's not a 2 or a 7. It's a 3 or a 9. That looks wide open. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 8. That's not a 2 or an 8. It's a 1 or a 3. That's not a 1. Well, that wasn't all that helpful. I guess I know that these are either all high or all low, so I might be able to figure out a clue that will tell me what that is. Let's see. Chester's of row 2, column 7 is a 7 because the line needs a 1. Why does the line need a 1? Let's see. Let's fill out column 1. So column 1 needs a 1 and a 5. No, sorry, a 1 and a 7. So that's the 1 and that's the 7. So let's see. 1 is going in one of those pile of cells. Green needs a 7. Oh, because green can't have a 2? Is that the point? Ah, green can't have a 2, right. 2s see every cell of green. So green needs to go at least up to 6. Let's see. Let's fill in these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 4, so that's a 6 or a 9. Oh, right. Sorry. A minimum of 3. Not being able to have a 2. Sorry. I thought when it couldn't have a 2, that only made it a 6. But yes, when it can't have a 2, that means it needs a 7. And the only place it can have a 7 is there. I do agree with that. Okay. Yeah, so you have to constantly count 3, 4, 5, 5.5, 6, exactly as Chester suggests. So we've got that. So now purple, remember, purple is either all bigger than 5 or all less than 5, but it has to be all less than 5 now because of that 7. So this is from 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not 2 or 4. That's not 1 or 3. That's not a 2. Let's see. If this were a 1, that would be a 2, 3. Oh, well, this line needs a 2. The 2 has to go there. Let's start with that. So that's going to knock some 2s out of over there. Let's see. This can't make it to 9 because it has a 4 on it. And a 4 on it means it can't make it to 9. So that's a 6. These are not 6. And so this is either an 8 or a 3, but it's not a 3 because there's a 3 over there. So that's an 8, which makes that a 7 and an 8. Makes that a 6 and a 7, except the 7's actually there. Thank you to someone in chat who said that. Sorry, I lost track of who it was. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 6. This isn't 6 or a 9. So that is the 6. This is a 4 or a 9 for the row, and it's not a 9, so it is a 4. It's a 3 and a 4. That's a 9 and a 4. This is now not 3 or 4, so it's a 1, and that's a 3. And that's a 1, and that's a 9 and a 3. And a 1 over down here. 4 looks down, that's a 6, and a 2, and an 8. We'll let Sven's super scanning powers help with the end of the puzzle. So this digit here is an 8. This digit here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a 9. That's a 6. And the betting tree, unfortunately we chose a good betting tree that was completely ungettable until the very end of the puzzle, no matter what anyone tries to tell you, even if they have a penguin avatar, is an 8. Congratulations! That was a fun little puzzle. So was the start that I did with the chasing around the 5s, was that the intended, was the break-in intended to be that there had to be a 5 missing in row 1 and 2, and that let you do the rest of it? Or did we just go in a wild, okay. I'm glad. I was like, at some point I was like, is this a wild goose chase? And then we started getting stuff, but then I wasn't 100% sure. Alrighty, so we have time for a short little puzzle to finish up, and Jay Dyer has prepared a double arrow 6x6. So we're going to finish up with a little double arrow 6x6 by Jay Dyer. I'll be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. So this is a double arrow puzzle, and so in case you haven't seen this before, double arrows, they're not between lines, first of all. So a double arrow, the property it has is that if you sum the digits in the circles, you get the same as if you sum the digits on the line. So for example, this would be an acceptable way to fill this this double arrow because they both sum to 9. So you can repeat freely if you want. That would also work. 3 and 6 sums to the same as 5 and 4. So that all works. So that is that. Those are that's the whole rule set. So we get to say good luck with our little double arrow puzzle, or between line puzzle, if Qodec wants to solve it as a between line puzzle. Good luck solving this as a between line puzzle. I sense problems, but who am I to judge? This looks like I'm meant to do arithmetic. Maybe with a border? Maybe not. So I can do something really ridiculous. Like, I know this digit's at least a 2. Because it's a sum of 2 digits. But that doesn't seem... Okay, this digit's at least a 3. Because it's a sum of 2 digits and the 2 digits are in the same row. So that's at least something. Let's see. This is... this is a sum of 4 digits on this line. So these two circles need to sum to at least 10. And so if they need to sum to at least 10, then they need to each be at least 4. This requires me braining my way through through what all of the sums look like at a 6x6. But yes, the at least 10 means these have to be from 4, 5, 6. And as pointed out by Isabella, the same logic happens down here. These sum to at least 10, so these are at least 4, 5, 6. But now I need to be super careful here because this needs to sum to... I was going to say for some reason that it needed to sum to at most 9, but I have absolutely no idea why my brain thought that was a commonsensical thing to say. But these need to sum to at most... Well, sorry, they need to sum to at least 8 if these are 4 and 4 exactly. So these are no smaller than 3 at the very least. I don't see why this digit can't in box 1 go any of these places. Oh, why not 2, 6? I don't know. Who knows? It is a mystery to all of us. So I do need to make sure that these 4 numbers don't add up to more than 12. And the only way they add up to 12, actually, is if this is a 6 and these are 1, 2, 3 exactly. Because, right? Maybe not. Okay, so that's a good question. What is going on with 6 in this box? And the answer is 6 in this box has to go somewhere. And if I put 6 on this line, I need to put 6 in both circles. So these digits are never 6. If I put a 6 here, then that means that this number is more than 6. So 6 in this box is always in this column. Haha, which means that's not 6. Which now means that I can't put 6 on this line. Oh, sorry, no, this line's different. Never mind, one moment. Which means I can't put 6 on this line. Let's look at the right box. Because now the most this line sums to... right, this can't be 4 as soon as that because these still need to sum to at least 10. And I can't put a 6 on here because I can't make these sum to 12. So 6 in this box is in one of these two spots, which is less helpful, if I'm being completely honest about it. Yeah, this digit probably can't be this small, can it? Because if this digit wants to be a 3, this would have to be... Well, these sum to at most 12. So if I omit a 3 from my sum that's supposed to be at most 12, I would end up at 1, 2, 4, 5, which would be 9. But I also would need to omit a 1 or a 2 in order to make this a 3. Because this would be a 1 or a 2. And I can't omit both a 3 and a 1 or a 2, because if I omit a 3 at all, I need 1, 2, 4, 5 to get to 12. So this is not a 3. If this is a 4, I need to omit a 1 or a 3. So if this is a 4 and I also omit a 3, then I'm summing to at least 1, 2, 5, 6, and that's too many 2. So this is not a 4 either. So this is a 5 or a 6. So this number is actually large, which is what you'd expect, but it turns out to be true. Let's see. So the 6 in this column is in one of these bunch of cells. So if the 6 isn't here, then one of these is 6. And that's a problem, I think. So this could never be 6, because if this was 6, the sum would be at least 12. If one of these is 6, this box sums to at least 9, plus 1 is 10. So we could get away with exactly 5 and 5, I guess, is the point. I think that's how that works out. Here's the thing I had not appreciated. These can't be 6 and 6. Because that would make this too big. You can have repeats. It's fine to have a 1 here and a 1 in this box, which is why I got 10 along here. So these can't be a 6 and a 6 because it would force that to be double 6. But if this were a 5 and a 6, that might be interesting. So I know there's no 6 on here. What if there's a 5? Where does the 5 in this box go? If the 5 is on the line, then the line needs to sum to 1, 2, 3, 5 is 11. And so these two would need to sum to 11. The 5 couldn't be here because this would be the 5. No, sorry, this would be the 5. So the 5 couldn't be here. So if there's a 5 on the line, it's not down here. So... Oh, that's annoying. So the 5 is either there or up there. That's not so exciting. Let's see. If this is a 4, Isabella asks what happens. If this is a 4, that's a 6. And so that's a 5. Right. Okay, so... So It's interesting to note, actually, if this is a 6, that's a 6. So, if this is a 6, that's a 6, and this is 1, 2, 3. And so if this is a 6, that's also a 6. Which is interesting. I haven't quite parsed through this, what happens if this is 4 business. Yeah, so if this is... Oh, right, okay, got it. Okay, so I see. Okay, so chat was seeing it the other way, but here's the point. If this was 4, this would be 6, but that makes that 6, which means these 3 add to 4. So this can't be a 4. I get it now. Okay. So the other option is that this is 5 and 5. Right. Okay, More Crabs has an excellent point. If this cell is 6, now this line needs to be 5, 6, but now there's no 6 in box 6. So this can't ever be 6. This is only a 4 or a 5. So now the maximum sum here is 11. That was a great spot for More Crabs. Now the maximum sum here is 11. That means this can't be a 6, which now gets us a 6 here. We get to do Zach's little 6y dance. Woohoo! This digit can't be too small. I probably should have filled that in a long time ago. This digit can't be very small. Because at a maximum, these things sum to 11. So they always involve a 1, a 2, and a 3. So this digit can only itself be a 4 and a 5. Sorry, a 4 or a 5, which means this digit over here can only be a 1 or a 2. Which pushes up this thing too high from what I did long time ago. So I was saying the 6 in this column. If the 6 in this column was here, it just breaks immediately. If the 6 in this column is up here, then I now have a 6 plus 1 plus 3 in this box at a minimum. 6 plus 1 plus 3 is 10, plus 1 is 11. Wait, did that still work somehow? I swear we only had one sort of degree of freedom of this. Oh, no, sorry. And these can't add to 11 in the example. That's the whole thing. I was saying if this isn't 6, then now these two things need to add to 11, and that doesn't work. So this is 6. So one of these two is 6. Oh, and I know which one. So that one's 6. So that's 6. This is the same 4, 5 that's there. These sum to a minimum of 1, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 1, 3, 4 is 8. These sum to a minimum of 8. I guess 8 plus 1 is not at risk of breaking anything. let's see. There's this random double arrow here that I don't have any idea what it does. Let's see, Chester says this line needs to add to 10 or more. How do I know that? This cell and this cell are related in some way that confuses me. So let's see. So if the thing that's omitted here, if this was a 5, then that would say that this needed to be a 4. So if this is a 5, this is a 4. And if this is a 4, that's a 5. And that's the only way this works. So this is always a 4 or a 5, and it's not that 4 or 5. Because this needs to work out so that either, if this is a 4, that needs to be a 5. If this is a 5, that needs to be a 4. So this can be the blue 4, 5, and the yellow 4, 5, and that's the yellow 4, 5. And that's the yellow 4, 5. So that's the yellow 4, 5. So we get to bounce around the 4, 5s a bit. So yeah, the blue 4, 5 is up here. Okay. Let's see. Isabella says if this is a 5, that the box 4 double arrow breaks. Which I don't quite see. I know there's a 4 or 5 on this line. So this is actually a minimum sum of 1, 2, and 4, which is 7, 8. I guess that's nowhere near enough. Oh, I see. If this is a 5, then that's a 4. That's the easy way to see it, I think. So yeah, if this is a 5, then yellow is 4, and the sum of these two is 9, and that can't be. So this is a 6. So yeah, the coloring is what I'm supposed to be looking at to see Isabella's point. I think Isabella saw it slightly differently, but that will do it. So this is a 6, and so that's the last 6. This is yellow again. So now this is blue. So now that can't be... Yeah, so that's not blue. So that's blue. So that's blue. So that... Oh, maybe I don't know, actually, which is blue. I don't think I do yet. That's yellow. That I somehow missed. Thank you. It's a Screaming Ice Cube for pointing that one out. I totally did not see that. Now I knew both 1 and 2 had to be on this line, right? Oh, but I guess I only know that this 1, 2's up here. Yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3s all over the place. We could start coloring our 1, 2, 3s. Yeah, so can we say anything meaningful about these? Let's see. These are from 1, 2, 3. That's from 1, 2, 3. That's from 1, 2, 3. This is from 1, 2, 3. That's from 1, 2, 3. That's from 1, 2, 3. That's from 1, 2, 3. Without coloring the triples? I mean, I guess I know that this can't... Oh, I don't even know that this can't sum to 5. This could sum to as much as 5. That would be okay. And so, yeah, I've got this sort of like mystery set of blues that I have not disambiguated yet. So... This is 1, 2, 3. I did not fill that in. Row 4, column 1, and row 6, column 2 have to be the same. What's broken about this line? So the question is that people are looking at in chat is, can these be 3 different numbers? In which case these would sum to 6, and these two would be the same. That's not possible. So this digit and that digit are the same. So we are going to color 1, 2, 3s. Here I thought we really weren't going to color 1, 2, 3s, but boy was I wrong. We are going to color 1, 2, 3s. So there is our green, there's our green, there's our green. Green is there now. So all of those are green. And we've placed all the greens in the grid. That might just be enough to let us color the other 1, 2, 3s. I don't know. Yeah, we certainly know green isn't 3. I was thinking, it's deciding if we wanted to color first. But yeah, this is worth noting. If green was 3, those two would already sum to 6. That would be 10. That would be at least 11. These can't sum that high. Wait, is that true? If these were both 3, that would be 6 and 10 and 11. Couldn't that be 5 and 6? That might be possible. 6 plus 5 equals 11. I agree, 6 plus 5 is 11. So seems like green can actually be 3. So I think we should color this and chase it into this box, because it will get us somewhere. So this chases its way into this box, and it has to go there. So this can't be a 3, we learn, because again, it's not green. Orange is not green. So orange is going to come down here, and this isn't 3. Sadly, I don't know that we're going to get the rest of this immediately. That I can see, at least. There, SPQ is suggesting a parity argument, which is good, which is that if you sum an entire double arrow, you know you get an even number. So let's sum this entire double arrow. These two have an odd sum. Still odd. Still odd. And so this needs to be odd in order to make it so that we sum to an even total. That is a very good spot, SPQ. So that is a 1 or a 3. It's not a 2. So that is a very smart observation. I mean, it has to all fall apart because of this, but I don't quite see it. We can do exactly the same thing over here. This can't be 2. So 1 of orange and green is 2, for whatever it's worth. So 1 of orange and green is 2. So every time something sees orange and green, it's not 2. So that's not 2. Let's see, are there any more cells that see orange and green? I don't think so. Let's see. More Crab says this can't be 3. Row 4, column 4 sees orange and green. That's handy. So this isn't 2. So this digit's now at least a 3. And so More Crabs believes it's not 3, actually. So if this were 3, then this would be a 1, 2, 3 triple. And we'd have to be very careful about what color everything was. It might break. So if this is going to be a 1, 2, 3 triple, well, that's the orange in the triple. Yeah. So then the question is, where's the green in the triple, right? Because if this is a 1, 2, 3 triple, one of them has to be green, but none of them are green, right? So this can't be a 3. Good spot to More Crabs there. And so that makes this the other 4, 5. This is the blue 4, 5. And so that's the blue 4, 5, which makes this the other 1, 2, 3. I guess the other 1, 2, 3 we know is a 1, 3. So we should go ahead and give it a name. Let's give it purple for the 1, 3. So this is purple. This is orange. It is not 3. This is not orange or green, so it's purple. So it's not 2. So this is orange, so it's not 3. So this is purple. And this is purple. And this is orange again. Okay, well that's going to do it. Because this is orange. And so this number is even. So it is 4, but it is the sum of the same number twice. So it better be 2. That's very cool. Okay, so that's a 5. So yellow everywhere is 5. Blue everywhere is 4. Orange everywhere is 2. So now that we have that, we now know... no. So green isn't 2 either. For sure. Okay, how are we ever sorting this out now? Oh, it's because of these, right. So, I need these to be 11. And so, 4... So, in other words, I need these to sum to 7, and they only do that if green is 3. Okay, so our previous efforts to prove that green was not 3 were somewhat unsuccessful because green is more 3 than we had hoped. And there we go. Very cool puzzle. That is a surprisingly intricate 6x6. Quite a bit going on there. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to wrap up stream there for today. Thank you everyone for joining me. I hope you enjoyed Renban Day. I know I did, and I know Zach did. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you to all of you who support the stream. Again, if you're just starting to hang out, or if you become a regular and you're enjoying it, you can support the channel by subscribing or becoming a YouTube member or a Patreon member. Much appreciated if you do that. I would also like to thank the super supporters, David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, and Woofer. Thank you so much for our turbines, the people who support at the tippity top level that I did not really imagine anyone would when we made up the tiers, but thank you so much to all of you who do that. Thank you to all of you who support us in any way. Thanks to all the wonderful setters out there who keep making cool puzzles for me to do. It is really... I really feel like lately we're really in sort of the golden era of puzzles that Zeta likes, which I greatly appreciate. So thank you so much. And I know a lot of you have been specifically making puzzles that I like. So, of course, heartfelt thanks to all of you who do that. It is greatly appreciated. I have been having a blast with streaming lately. I hope to keep doing it for a long time. I hope you'll keep hanging out. But that's all for now. I'll see you next time.